Hallelujah, hallelujah. Screen sharing, everybody get up in here. Yeah, watch out, man. Stand back there. Yeah. There he is. Shalom, my brother.
Shalom,
Shalom, shalom, my brother. Give me 1 second. I'm about to play this intro. We're going to get it done, bro.
Okay.
Yeah. Woo! Different DNA, you cannot hang with us. Hallelujah, hallelujah. All praises, glory, and honor to the Most High, owner, creator, and possessor of all things. Hold on, y'all. Let me like this together real quick. Y'all forget y'all, brother. All right, all praises, glory, and honor to the Most High, the owner, creator, and possessor of all things, the power of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, and glory of his only begotten beloved Son. We're definitely messianic around here. Messianic to the bone, Gristle. That's something both these brothers believe.
That's right.
That's on this broadcast right now today. For y'all don't know, man, this is our first installment of War Ready Wednesday, #1. And tonight, we're gonna be dialoguing about the 12 tribe chart. The 12 tribe chart. The 12 tribe chart. We got a brother, my brother Ak Yeremiah. Please say to Yah. We got him in the building. And we got our other brother, Damon Austin. I pray I'm saying your name right. Tubaya, right?
Tobaya.
But yeah, both these brothers are well rounded when it comes down to what they believe. Both of these brothers actually believe in the Bible, man. Believe in the Bible from cover to cover. So what we're gonna do today, I invited both these brothers on today to have a debate / dialogue. And I want to let everybody know this is how it's gonna go, man. All right. Both of y'all gonna have a 5-minute opening round just to explain who you are to the people. You know what I'm saying? Basically like a court situation coming out and you just explaining what it is you're here to talk about, what it is you believe, introduce yourself and all that. And then both of you all have 4 15-minute rounds apiece. That's an hour to bring forth your scriptures, to bring forth your information, to bring forth any type of article. Even if you want me to share it, I can share it so the whole people, so the whole worldwide family can see. You understand? So there's no problem. After that, both of you all will have what's called a 10-minute question and rebuttal round. So for instance, you'll be like, well, you said you don't believe in the New Testament. Can I ask you a question? I'm just giving an example. Both of y'all believe in the New Testament. But the question and rebuttal round is for both of you brothers to say, to question each other's doctrine, you understand? And to rebut. You feel me? So again, 1 5-minute round apiece, introduction. Okay. 4 15-minute rounds apiece. That's an hour to bring forth all the scripture and to bring forth all your information. And the last round is called a question and rebuttal. That's 10 minutes apiece. And after that, we're gonna open it up for questions from everybody that's listening. All right, we're gonna open it up for questions. And if you want to sit back and just, sit in the hot seat and answer a few questions based off what it is you believe. That shows the true test of character right there, man. So y'all brothers cool with that?
God. Totally.
Hallelujah. Okay,
Yeah.
so how y'all want to do this, man? Y'all want to flip a coin first, or you know?
He can go first if he wants to. It doesn't matter to me. He can go first, so I can go first. It doesn't matter.
Okay. Jeremiah, please say y'all. Do you have anybody got a timer on their phone? You got a timer? Brew Mahara call is gonna be timing. All right. Jeremiah, you don't mind going first, brother?
No, I'll go first.
Okay. Well, once he starts the time, this round here is 5 minutes. All right, you ready? All right, we're gonna go. Up first is Jeremiah. Please say to y'all. What I'm gonna do is mute everybody else's background while the person that's talking is talking. All right? Let's get it done. All right, let me know when you ready. Go ahead and start, Jeremiah.
Come. First of all, man, I want to give all praise and glory to the Abba Now Yahweh Ba Shema Mashiach Yahushai, who the world ignorantly calls Jesus Christ. I'm a Hebrew Israelite by blood, right? And you know, the thing is that you know, there's a lot of misconception, which is spawned from social media, which allows and gives certain brothers platforms that I and the Bible deems is incorrect. The scripture says we need to be more ready to hear than give the testimony of a fool. All right. So wisdom comes through the duration of time and sacrifice. We cannot allow, you know, as the scripture says, knowledge puffeth up. Right. So we cannot allow, assumptions in regards to scriptural understanding to overthrow truth. Now, the reason I'm here is to deal with this 12 tribe chart. The problem is that some people believe that the origin of this thought process originates from one West or a man by the name of Ariyah. The thing is that he introduced that information to his school, okay? But that information and that thought process was here long before Ariyah even walked this earth. This information has been here. We're going to prove that we have certain Hebraic scholars, right? And certain people of the past who have brought forth this assertion long before this brother. I want to make this clear to everyone. I'm not from One West. I don't have nothing to do with Ariyah. I don't know the brother, never met the brother, don't know nothing about the brother outside of the things that are being publicized concerning him. Okay? So you can't put that jacket on me. I don't have nothing to do with that. I don't come from that school of thought. My origins originated in the Midwest. Okay? Going back to William Crawley from the 1800s. Okay? So I want to make it clear that don't have nothing to do with me. Now, when I go into the scriptures myself and I attempt to find my origin and also the origins of my brothers, I go into the scriptures and I see them things for what they are. It's no way that I could come to the understanding of who I am without something utilizing a system called observational science. Observational science allows me to look at the customs and the culture and the religious practices of my forefathers and also the people around me, right? The people around my ancestors. And I am able to determine using observational science who I am and also who my brothers are. We cannot fall victim of Deuteronomy chapter 28, verse 54, which says, our eyes will be evil towards our brothers. Now, if you coming in here with some sort of bashing hate spirit towards another people, you have to understand that you're actually violating or perpetuating Deuteronomy 28:54. And we're not to bear grudges, according to Leviticus chapter 19, verse 17 and 18, against the children of our people. So I'm not going into the scriptures with some sort of bias. I accept the scriptures for what they are. I do not twist the scriptures to try to make it fit my narrative. That's not beneficial to my understanding, because I am nothing but a man, and my knowledge does not even compare to the Most High. So I accept what he says. I accept what the scripture says, and whoever fits the curses of Deuteronomy 28:54, all right, and other historical and archaeology examples, they are the children of Israel. And I have historical documents, I have historical books to prove this. Okay? So when you look at the 12 tribe chart, I want to make this clear. The 12 tribe chart is not complete. Okay? It's dealing with a certain demographic of the earth. So you can't say.
That's your 5 minutes, bro. That's your 5 minutes.
All right.
You have more time to get off into it during your first round, brother. All good. Right. I'm always introduced to the family who you are and explain yourself. Go ahead and start. All right, we start now, bro.
No problem. Shalom to you. Shalom to you too, Yarm Yahoo. Shalom to everybody. I'll just take this time to, explain myself a little bit. I'll take a couple minutes to explain my beliefs on the topic and another couple minutes of what I'm here to do. I know that, let me preface all this with the Ak we're just speaking to. I know that I could be wrong. I understand this. I was wrong, about everything before I came into what we now call truth or whatever have you, right? So obviously I could be wrong again. And this isn't about that. This is solely about the specifics of the claims. And it said does not have to do anything with One West or anything had to do with, Aria or anything like this. This predates all of that. This was about the manifest destiny. So my beliefs on this topic are very simple. Only Yashra'al, or who we call Israel, can be saved. However, anybody can be Yashra'al if they leave their nation and they graft themselves into Yashra'al. I use Ruth as an example. I know people might want to refute that, but that's not a problem. We can get into that later. But anyone can leave their nation and join Yashra'al. That does not mean that you are from the people of Yashra'al, meaning the bloodline of the descendants of Yaakov, who we call Jacob. So this is not to exclude anybody or speak hate to anybody. I got hate for nobody, no nation, nobody. I got hate for nobody. That's just the truth. Just because I don't hate you don't mean I don't understand. And this is about understanding of history and scripture, because scripture is more than anything, it's a history book. So if you don't have history to correlate with the text, often it could leave us confused. And with that goes hand in hand with geography. So I think, I'm not saying you or anybody in particular, I'm just saying a lot of this is a confusion about history, scripture, and geography. So what I'm gonna do here, I'm gonna use scripture because we all say we believe in the text. I'm gonna use this, and I'm gonna use a few apocalyptic visions of some Nabim, who we call prophets, right? I'm gonna use Yashayahu or Isaiah. I'm gonna use Zephaniah or Zephaniah, and I'm gonna use Ezra. And all three of them are gonna show you geographically where these people are and who these people are. On top of all of that, we're gonna show some archaeology. We're gonna go into some real concrete. What did other nations depict us as? It's real simple. And when we look at that and compare what other people wrote about us, so this is going to be some secular information here. So I'm going to use a few sources as well. So I'll go into the Talmud, what these people say where Sennacherib exiled them to. We're going to go to Josephus. we're going to go to the 66 canon, which everybody said they believe, and we're going to use the apocryphal text of Ezra. So with that, with some geography, I hope we can come to a conclusion on this in a peaceable manner. And I got nothing else really. I'm ready to go.
Okay, bro. Well, you got an extra minute and 22 seconds. You want to word it out, or you just want to jump right into it? It's up to you, bro.
I mean, we can. There's no need to waste air. We can just get right into it. Yeah. So
okay.
yeah.
Okay. Well, you're my Yah. Please say the Yah. You're back up, brother. Your first 15-minute round. Bringing out your scriptures and bringing out any sources. That's one thing I want to let the family know too. Because the brother mentioned apocryphal writings, pseudepigraphy, anything you got to further validate what it is that you believe is all welcomed on this platform. You understand? Because some brothers is into the pseudepigraphers and lost books and different things, and some brothers not. But we're not going to limit anybody from bringing any information they want to bring out. You feel me? That may be a missing link that you're missing for some further elevation and understanding. So that's not no problem. You're my Yah. Let me know when you're ready to start this 15 minutes. We're going to hit start, brother.
Let's go.
All right, let's go. Start now. Let's get it, bro.
All right, man. So first thing we want to do is we want to get an understanding of how do we identify not only the northern tribes, but also who we are. If we're saying that we are the children of Israel in the Americas, the question is, how do we prove that? Right? So the same manner in which we prove that we are the children of Israel, we also have to prove in that same manner who the northern tribes are. So the first thing I want to do is go to, of course, Deuteronomy chapter 28, right? 28 and 1. And it reads, it says, and it shall come to pass that if thou shalt hearken diligently unto the voice of the Most High thy power, to observe and to do all his commandments, which I command thee this day, that the Most High thy power will set thee upon high above all nations on the earth. So the Most High is not a power of unconditional love. There's conditions to his love. And that's a misconception, because in order for us to have an understanding of the personality of the Most High, we have to go into the scriptures. So he says, so let's drop down to the 15th verse. It says, but it shall come to pass if thou wilt not hearken. That sounds like a condition, brothers and sisters. That's a condition. If, but it shall come to pass if thou wilt not hearken unto the voice of the Most High thy power, to observe to do all his commandments and his statutes, which he command thee this day, that all these curses shall come upon thee and overtake thee. Well, you have to understand is, who is the Most High talking to? He's talking to the nation of Israel. So now, when you go into the so-called Jewish people who are claiming to be Israel, they say they identify themselves through the blessings. But that meant that they followed Deuteronomy 28 and 1. But we want to go and find out, did the children of Israel follow? Can we identify them through the blessings? Or do we identify them through the curses? First thing we want to find out is, did we keep the commandments? So let's go to Daniel chapter 9, verse 11, and it reads, yea, all Israel have transgressed the law, even by departing, that they might not obey the voice. Therefore, what? The curse is poured upon us, and the oath that is written in the law of Moses, the servant of Yahweh, because we have what? Sinned against him. So it's substantiated that we did not keep the commandments, right? So now if we go back to Deuteronomy 28, we want to know, okay, we did not keep the commandments. So then how do we identify the children of Israel? Okay. Deuteronomy chapter 28, verse 45, and it reads, moreover, all these curses shall come upon thee and shall pursue thee and overtake thee till thou be destroyed, because thou hearkenest not unto the voice of the Most High thy power to keep his commandments and his statutes which he command thee. Verse 46. And they shall be upon thee for a what? A sign and a wonder, and upon thy seed. How long? Forever. Okay. So now, when we understand that the sign is these curses, So now we understand that the children of Israel have not kept the commandments. In order for us to identify them, okay, in order for us to identify them, we have to go and find the people who are fitting these curses. Now in Matthew chapter 10, Hamashiach Yahushua said something very critical that needs to be brought forth. And he said to him, Matthew 10, right? Matthew 10 and 5. And it reads, these 12 Yahushua sent forth and commanded them, saying, go not in the way of the Gentiles, and enter any city, and unto any city of the Samaritans enter ye not, but rather go to the lost sheep of the house of Israel. So we were commanded to go to the lost sheep of the house of Israel. Now, where are these people located? So we've been commanded to find these people. So why wouldn't the Most High give us a map to find them? He would. I let it be known in the opening statement that I don't have no problem with a remnant, and let's all remember that word, with a remnant of the northern tribes being in other places in the world. Okay, I don't have no problem with that. But as far as the 12 tribe chart is concerned, we're looking at the people of North, Central, and South America and the Caribbean islands. We're just focusing there. That don't mean that that's the only place that they are, but we're going to focus there because we find ourselves in the North and Central and South America right now, right? So what we want to do is we want to go to Genesis chapter 49. Genesis chapter 49, and it reads, and Jacob called unto his sons and said, gather yourselves together, that I may tell you that which shall befall you in the last days. When? In the last days. Okay? So now, as we go throughout the duration of this chapter here, it starts to identify certain things. So first of all, I want to take a look at Reuben, Levi, and Simeon. All right. So it says, gather yourselves together and hear ye the sons of Jacob, and hearken unto your father, Verse 3. Reuben, thou art thy firstborn, my might and the beginning of my strength, the excellency of dignity. The excellency of dignity and the excellency of power. Verse 4. Unstable as water, thou shalt not excel. Thou, nor thou unstable as water, thou shalt not excel, because thy went to thy father's head, thy defiled thou it, he went up to thy couch. Now, it's very interesting, and I want to jump to Simeon and Levi for a reason. The reason I'm jumping to Simeon and Levi because there can be no confusion concerning these things. Verse 5, Simeon and Levi, and this is straight. Now, Simeon and Levi are brethren. The instruments of cruelty are in their habitation. Okay? Instruments of cruelty are in their habitation. Now, why is it specifically saying that Simeon and Levi are brethren? Aren't all 12 tribes brothers? But for this particular instance, we're dealing with the Western Hemisphere. It says Simeon and Levi are brethren. Instruments of cruelty are in their habitation. The scriptures are twofold. We understand the incident that happened concerning their sister and what they did to the people in revenge. But it says instruments of cruelty are in their habitation. When you look at the Caribbean islands and you break these areas down and you go in and you take a look at the practices of these particular people, when you look at their so-called religious practices concerning voodoo and concerning Santa Maria, which is a form of witchcraft, all right? Which is a form of witchcraft concerning these people. Now, is it prophesied that our people would practice these things? All right, let's go that and let's go to 2 Kings 17. All right. 2 Kings 17. And it reads here. It says, and they caused their sons and their daughters to pass through the fire, and using divination and enchantment, and sold themselves to do evil in the sight of the Most High. To what? Provoke him to anger. Right? Therefore, Yahweh was very angry with Israel and removed them out of his sight. There was none left but the tribe of Judah only. So now we're looking at practices. So now you go and you look at the people of the Aztec and the Mayans. If you look at the Aztec and the Mayans, what did these people do here?
Hold on for a second, Jeremiah. Hey, Demond, mute your phone. I'm trying to do.
Oh, I'm sorry. My bad.
All right, go ahead, Jeremiah. You ain't missing no time, brother. We pause it.
Okay. All right. So now, what you're going to find out is that the people over here in the Americas concerning these ancient people, they had a very wicked practice. I want everybody to look at this here. I don't know if y'all can see this, but I want everyone to look at this here. See this? This is what you call human sacrifice here. Now, why are these people practicing such brutal, right? Here's another one. Why are these people practicing such brutal practices? Again, we're dealing with the Aztec and the Mayans on this side of the world. It says the cult of violence. The cult of violence. Now, when you look at the ancestral practices of these people on this side of the world, this is what we have to look at. We have to look at the practices. I want you all to take a look at this pyramid here. Now, why are these people building pyramids? Why are these people building pyramids? Why are these people practicing violent sacrifices? You understand? Why are these people practicing violent sacrifices? Because the curse has been poured out upon our people, which I've already proved. And so what we have to do now is we have to continue on to go into the cultural and historical practices of these people, right? And so when we look at what the northern tribes was removed out of Israel for, and then we come over here to the Americas and we see these particular people practicing similar practices for the children of the northern tribes, children of Israel, as the scripture calls them, were practicing. And we look at these violent acts, and now you can understand why the Bible says in 2 Kings 17 and 18, therefore Yahweh was very what? Angry with Israel for these violent practices. Now, as I have more time, I have a lot of more things to dive off into concerning the practices of these people. All right, so let's go back to Genesis chapter 49. This is how we're able.
30 seconds.
How many?
30 seconds. 30.
I got 30 seconds.
22 now.
Oh, okay. All right. So, as we Genesis chapter 49, verse 8, verse 7. Cursed be their anger, for it was fierce, and their wrath, for it was what? Cruel. And I will drive them in Jacob and scatter them in Israel. So
Well, that's right.
On that, and I'll wait for my next time.
Okay. Well, that was your 15 minutes right there, brother. All right. Atubaya, you up next. You ready to rock?
I'm ready to go.
All right, we're starting right now. Jeremiah, mute your microphone, All right, go ahead, brother.
All right. Shalom. So as to what the Ak was just saying right there, I know this is not the rebuttal period, but it has to do with kind of what I'm talking about overall. It's this notion of trying to relate all these prophecies and trying to connect them to what we think is true, and I don't disagree with him at all in that Yashra'al or Israel, however you want to say it, had those practices. Absolutely. But so did many other nations do that as well. Canaanites did that. And if you remember, what did Yashra'al always get in trouble for? For doing or doting on the nations around her. That's what was the issue. So to say that these people are Yashra'al because they have the practices doesn't make sense, because Yashra'al got their practices from other nations anyway. Everything we learned, we did, it wasn't from the Father, it was from other nations around us. That's what we got. It was constantly warned about over and over and over again. So, to the point, I just want the scriptures to be addressed. And when I say address, I'm talking about, we can sit up here and philosophize and, debate and talk about what we think this particular curse means and that curse means and this, that, and the third. We can do that until the sun come up. But at the end of the day, there's some things, like I said, that are concrete, that are not abstract. And some of these things that are concrete are locations and places and people. So, and time periods. So we get here to Yashayahu or Isaiah. I'm going to chapter 11, verse 11 and 12. It reads, and it shall be in that day that Yahweh sets his hand again a second time to recover the remnant of his people who are left from Asher, which is Assyria, and from Mizraim, which is Egypt, from Pathros, and from Cush, which is Ethiopia, from Elam, which was Elam, and from Shinar, which is Arabia, from Hamath, which is around Arabia, and from the islands of the sea. And those islands of the sea meant the Aegean or the Mediterranean Sea, like, Crete and all those things, all those nations around. So this is where geography comes into play here. All of that area that was just listed right there was basically Africa. Africa was everything going on. The notion that we have of Africa today is totally wrong. It's things that are taught to us. The notion we have of Africa today is basically the continent going all the way up to, I guess, Egypt. Some people even stop at the Nile, depending on, what scholar you ask or whatever. But Africa always extended all the way up to the Euphrates, was always considered a part of that. And so everything east of the Euphrates was Africa, and everything west of it was Asia. That's why what you have Turkey today, or Anatolia, was Asia Minor. And that region is where Noah landed on with his 3 sons. 2 of his sons, Shem and Ham, both took over what we would call Africa. Shem's land was from the river in Misraim, or the Nile, all the way to the Euphrates. Ham's was everything from the Nile all the way over to the west. So that's the land allotments from the beginning. So right here, where you just heard all these people, where it tells you specifically, this apocalyptic prophet, he's telling you this is going to be in Africa, where these people are going to be. This is Yashayahu, Isaiah. So the important part about knowing the prophets and, knowing all that stuff in the time periods is because you have to line them all up textually. So Isaiah was from the 740s to the 690s BCE. Okay. So he was right after the Northern Kingdom got taken hostage. Right after that just happened. And what's the name? I sent you an email. Do you mind? Did you get the joint? I sent you like 3. Honor and humility.
I'm checking on it now for you, bro. You send me email. Let me pull it up.
Yeah, send you email. Yeah.
Up, bro. Let me see.
While you get that email, I'm just going to keep reading the verse. And it says, verse 12, this is the same chapter. And he, meaning Yah, shall raise a banner for the nations, for the Goyim, the Gentiles, and gather the outcasts of Yashraal and assemble the dispersed of Yahudah from the 4 corners of the earth. So he just basically told you exactly where he's getting Yashraal and he's getting Yahudah, or the southern kingdom, from. Yehud is coming from the 4 kingdoms of the earth, and the northern kingdom is in all the spots he just told you where they were getting taken from. So the second prophet we're going to go to here, and I sent you 3 of them. One of them was about Sennacherib. It should say 724 Sennacherib.
Yeah, send it if you can. Can you resend it, bro? Because the last email I got is October the 23rd. You can send it to me, honorhumilitystl@gmail.com. Let me go ahead and hit this refresh button real quick and see.
Yeah, my email thing didn't come up quick either, but it's all right. So I'm gonna go to, that's one witness. See, we really stay out of scripture. I sent about 3 of them, but it's all right. We really stay.
You're right, no doubt. If you wanna resend them, I can pause your time. You want to resend them?
Let me just get through my witnesses and I'll resend them all.
All right, go ahead, bro.
Yeah, let me get to my witnesses. Right. So we're supposed to be using scripture. We're supposed to be using 3 witnesses to establish all matters. And this is something you see OT, NT, whatever, across the whole spectrum. 2, 3 witnesses for all things, everything, right? To establish a matter. So that was one witness. That was Yashayahu, or Isaiah. He just watched it happen. All right. The second witness we're going to get to is Zephaniah. He was from 640 to 610 BCE. And he was a contemporary to Yirmiyahu, who Ak's, namesake is after. So he is right there, right before the southern kingdom about to get taken captive. The northern kingdom already taken away. The southern kingdom getting taken captive now. But at this point, only the northern kingdom has been taken captive. At this, because the southern kingdom didn't go captive until 589 or so BCE. So this is years before all of that. And he writes in chapter 3, verse 9, is to turn to the people a clean language. So they call on the name of Yahweh and serve him with one shoulder. From beyond the rivers of Cush, my worshipers, the daughter of my dispersed ones, shall bring my offering. At this point, he already knows that the northern kingdom is in West Africa. He already knows this. And he's telling you beyond the rivers of Cush. What are the rivers of Cush? Niger, Congo. Those are the rivers of Cush. Even the Nile is a river of Cush. It's a river of, what you would call Ethiopia or the land of Kam, whatever. So that's where he said they would be. Not across the continent, not across the oceans, not across the... He said beyond the rivers of Cush. That's where my dispersed are. The only dispersed at this point are the northern kingdom. And he's telling you they're in beyond the rivers of Cush, which is West Africa. And the reason we know they're in West Africa, because there's the third witness for this. The third witness is Ezra. And it's one that a lot of people who tried to utilize this chart and tried to come to. And I'll get into this chart in a second here, but I just want to get these witnesses out. So you have 4 Ezra. You got 4 Ezra, or what you would call second Ezra. This is chapter 13. Yeah. 13 verses 40 through 45. All right. And this reads, this is apocalyptic vision. Ezra is seeing the end of the world. Now, Ezra is the second temple. Okay, so this is like from 440 to 480 BCE or so, right? So this second temple is already rebuilt. And he's in there prophesying where the northern kingdom is going to come from. And he says, those are the 10 tribes which were carried away prisoner out of their own land in the time of Hushah, the Melech, or the king. This is Hosea, the king. This is the last king of the northern kingdom, who Shalmaneser, the Melech of Assyria, led away captive. And he carried them over the waters, and they came into another land. So this king took them over the waters. He took them over the waters into the land of Assyria. Assyria's borders was the Euphrates. That was the borders of the Assyrian Empire. Everything east of that was Africa. They didn't really go over there except to conquest. And they went to the northern kingdom first. It was one of the first people they took down. And then they came to the southern kingdom later, but they didn't take them over. So it says, but they took this counsel among themselves, meaning the northern kingdom, that they would leave the multitude of the heathen and go forth into a further country where never mankind dwelt. Now, this is going beyond the Nile. People think this is across the world into a new continent or whatever have you, but that's not the case. All this means is it was a place where nobody had lived yet, because nobody from Kam had moved beyond the moved beyond the Nile River. That was the Nubian Empire. They always lived around the Nile. Nobody went that far, that west. So that's where a place where never mankind had dwelt, that they might there keep their statues, which they never kept in their own land. And they entered into the Euphrates by the narrow places of the river. So they're going back into the Euphrates because they had to go across it to go into captivity. But now they're going back into the narrow places so they can cross over the water. For the Most High then showed signs for them and held still the flood till they were passed over. He held still the flood of water until they passed over. For through that country there was a great way to go, namely 1.5 years. And the same region is called Arsareth. So it says they dwelt there until the latter time, and now when they shall begin to come. So I can't hear you. I
was gonna say I got those. I got 2 emails from you. Let me know when you're ready to pull them up. You have.
Yeah, can you pull up the first email from 724?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I sure can. 1 second. All right, there. All right, share this inside my email. Hold on for 1 second, brother.
No problem. Can you pause my time for me, please?
Oh, yeah, we paused it already. Yeah.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
24. There you go, bro.
Yeah. So,
Everybody see that?
yeah, I see it clear as day.
Okay.
So that right there, this is from the relief that the Assyrians made. This is Asher, which means black, the Assyrians. These are all Shemites. All these people were Shemitic. These people were basically taking their own cousins captive. And if you look at them, this is the northern kingdom when they went into Assyria. Look at their hair. Look at their beards. That's what they look like. Woolly, nappy hair. That's exactly what they look like. That's what all Yashar look like. And like I said, I'll get into other historians and depictions of them as well later. But can you show the second email, please? You said you got 2 of them.
Yeah, I got you, bro.
Thank you. Oh, okay. Yeah, this one. All right, I missed one of them. This one right here, because he was making a point from this right here, which is to show this was about the land allotments when he was using Bereshit or Genesis 49. A lot of people use that to say about characteristics or whatever have you, but they fail to pay attention to the geography. And you got to understand when someone's talking about end times, you got to understand the perspective of what end times mean. End times to him was the end of Yashar as a kingdom. And the end of Yashar as a kingdom was when the northern kingdom went away captive. It was only 3 kingdoms left. So that right there, you see, is the land allotment. And he was talking about Zebulun in that verse he read, or when he was reading about the sons. But what he failed to read was the verse where it talks about Sidon, where that's exactly where it said the land of Zebulun will be, near Sidon. And if you look at Sidon, Sidon is only in Palestine. There is no Sidon in South America or wherever they say in the Caribbean or whatever. So it had to be talking about specifically the Sidon where he knew Sidon was. And as I said, Yashar as a nation was over. This is common knowledge when the Northern Kingdom was taken away captive. At that point, they just became known as Yehudi, who people mistakenly say Jews today. So, and I don't use those words not out of, that's just because our ancestors never called themselves Jews. No one called us Jews. We were always Yehudi. That's what we called ourselves. But anyway, I'm sorry. I just wanted to show those 2 pictures so people could see that those people right there, that's when they went away into captivity. So you can't say that they were born looking Latino and this has nothing to do with hate. It's just common sense. You can't say they were born looking like totally other nations. These were all black women that we're talking about here. These are black men and black women. And you're saying that they produce, and it's okay. This is not a racial thing. Let's just use history and geography to prove it. So history, the artwork shows us.
That's your 15 minutes. I know you're on the road. That's your 15 minutes. We have to let you go over.
All right, no worries. Yep, go ahead. Now you're good. Turn on.
Yep. Mute your mic though, priest. Mute your mic
right now. Yeah.
All right, Jeremiah, please say the yah. You back up. Let me know when you're ready to roll. And also, I want to let y'all know too, man, if we have to do any type of extra bonus rounds, so you all can get off any extra points y'all need to get off, we'll do that too.
All right, man. So I got a question also concerning that, because I have some questions concerning the things that he just said, which I need some explanation from him. So if I got to relinquish some time to let him explain these things, that's fine. But if we could do it like that way I could question him and then he can question me.
Right, look, Jeremiah, write down what it is that you'd like to ask him about. We got a round coming up for that, like toward the end where y'all can rapid fire. And even if we got extended, so understanding can be had, no problem. No problem. We already did open the round.
All right.
All right. So What y'all want to do? You want to get an extra round a piece, 15 minutes
Yeah.
apiece to kind of both of y'all was rolling with it, and then kind of, you know what I'm saying, like kind of got cut off right when y'all was warming up. So if y'all both agree to that, we can do that. No
I
problem.
want him to do whatever is going to be most comfortable for our kid. I'm about a discourse here. I want an honest conversation about the text. So
No doubt.
yeah, so if he's more comfortable with that, whatever. This is not like I said, I'm not here to get him or slam any swords. The only thing I'm here to slam a sword on is the chart and the doctrine, not on my people, or not even on the nations that are mentioned on the list.
Right. All right, so again, I want to do that. It's all good, man. Tubayasa, he all for it, basically. So,
all right, so yeah, because I don't want my thought process to slip, as I'm going into further speaking on trying to drive home my point. I just want to have a dialogue with the brother right now. Then we after that.
Yeah.
All right, man. So you had made several statements, and first thing I want to look at is Isaiah chapter 11, right?
Right.
So you said, according to Isaiah chapter 11, this is where these people are, correct?
No. It's not. That's not exactly what I said. I said according to Yashayahu, at his time frame, from his perspective, I said that's where they were at that time frame when he made that statement. And I said when he talked about the disperse of the people from the southern kingdom, which is who he was talking to, they will be from the four corners of the earth. That's what I was saying.
Okay, great. So now in verse so you're saying that all of the northern tribes is from these lands which you made mention of, Cush, Elam, from Shinar, from Hamath, right? You're saying that that's where the northern tribes were at that time, right?
Yeah, at that time, came.
Okay,
Exactly.
so can you explain to me, what does the word remnant mean?
Well, what is left? What is the leftover, the last of?
Right, so a small portion, right?
It doesn't have to be necessarily a small portion. You
Okay,
can have a remnant. Yeah,
a portion though, a portion.
it's a portion of a whole. Absolutely. Right.
Oh, okay, a portion of a whole. Okay, so then where the hell is everyone else at then? At this time, in Isaiah 11 and 11, where the rest of the people at, man?
And when you say the people, you talking about the northern kingdom?
Yes, sir.
You said where's the rest of the northern kingdom at this point? They all in those lands. What are you talking about?
Okay, but the Bible don't say that. The Bible says a remnant is in those lands. So where's the majority at?
The remnant, because you again, this is a historical thing. When he says remnant, is because that was left over after the torture. Do you understand what happened at Lachish from that stone relief I showed? It's part of a bigger picture. They basically lived inside of a big mountain, and they went in there.
You're saying that the rest of the people are dead. That's what you're saying?
At the time, in the context of that verse is what I'm saying. When it says the remnant, everybody who was left over from the slaughter that happened at Lachish, and that was taken out by their sins. Yeah.
So you're saying the rest of the people are dead?
Yes, that are not. Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying. Yes, Cain.
Okay, so according to you, is only the southern kingdom scattered to the four corners?
Or you said according to me, only the southern kingdom scattered to the four corners? I tell you what, to know where the southern kingdom scattered at, we could go to Yirmiyahu 3.
No. I didn't ask you that. I asked you, is the southern kingdoms the only one that was scattered to the four corners?
Technically, no. But contextually, and what he's talking about at the time, like I said, because again, you thinking outside of context. These people are there at that point. His kingdom, the southern kingdom, is going to be taken captive in like 30 years. They going captive in the time of Yirmiyahu and Zephaniah. That's when we basically went captive. The southern kingdom went captive.
I'm not asking you that. I'm asking you a direct question. Is the southern kingdoms the only one scattered to the four corners? Yes or no?
In the context of this prophet, yes.
Okay, so can we go to Genesis right now? Genesis chapter 28. Deuteronomy chapter 28, right?
Okay.
Deuteronomy chapter 28.
All right.
And we're going to start at the 64th verse. Okay?
64th verse.
Help me understand this prophecy here.
Right.
All right, we're going to read 63 and 64.
All right.
All
Want
right,
me to read it or you got?
Yeah, you can read it. Go ahead.
All right. Says, in the morning you say, oh, that it were evening. At evening you say, oh, that it were morning.
Deuteronomy's 28, 63.
Oh, 63. I'm sorry. My bad. And it shall be that as Yahweh rejoice over you to do good and increase you, so does Yahweh rejoice over you to destroy you and lay you waste. And you shall be plucked off from the land which you go to possess. And Yahweh shall scatter you among all the peoples, from one end of the eretz or the earth to the other. And there you shall serve other mighty ones, which neither you nor your fathers have known, wood and stone.
So is this prophecy concerning only the southern kingdoms?
Is that prophecy right there? No.
Yeah.
That's not only concerning the southern kingdom. No.
That's all of Israel.
Right. Absolutely.
Okay, so then how is that line up with what you're telling me in Isaiah 11 and 11? You told me, you said that the southern kingdoms was the only one that was scattered to the four corners, okay? And the northern tribes was in these particular lands, but when I go to Deuteronomy 28, 63, and 64, it's clearly saying that the northern tribes also would be scattered.
All right, so that's easy to explain. Basically, it doesn't say what you said. What this is saying is, and Yahweh shall scatter you among all peoples from one end of the earth to the other, and there you serve other mighty ones. This is telling you that you're going to be scattered from one end of the earth to the next. It didn't say that the northern kingdom, there was no split at this point. There was no split. We were only one nation at this point. This was just generally speaking, this is what's going to happen to you. So there was no specificity, no specification that it was actually, you brothers are going to go here and you brothers are going to go here. That's not what that was about. That was saying you as a whole are going to be dispersed all over the world. And that happened.
Okay.
Right. And we serve mighty ones of wood and stone. That happened.
Okay. So if I can produce a scripture that's speaking directly about the northern tribes and the scattering of them, can we take a look at that?
I think we can absolutely take a look at that. But before we take a look at that, we have to take a look at I want to take a look at a couple witnesses here. And
hold up. To substantiate the point about what?
About where the southern and northern kingdoms will be.
Okay, I want to let you. I want to let you do that.
Let y'all know this is Jeremiah's question.
My bad. Okay, I know I did. No, go ahead. My bad.
This is Jeremiah's question.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
All right, through water. All right, so now let's look at Jeremiah 31.
All right.
Because what I have to prove is whether or not the northern tribes was also scattered to the four corners of the earth.
Okay.
That's what I have to prove, right? Let's see what the scripture says. Brother, if you help me out, man, read Deuteronomy 31, Jeremiah 31, right?
Mm-hmm.
And start at the sixth verse.
All right, verse 6 says, for there shall be a day when the watchmen cry on Mount Ephraim, northern kingdom. Yeah.
So we're talking about the northern kingdoms, no doubt, right?
100, right? Yeah.
Okay.
Arise and let us go up to Sion or Zion to Yahweh our Elohim. For thus said Yahweh, sing with gladness for Yaakov and shout among the chief of the nations or the Goyim. Cry out, give praise, and you should say, O Yahweh, save your people, the remnant of Yashraal.
Read on.
Okay. Okay. See, I am bringing them from the land of the north, and shall gather them.
Hold up.
Yeah.
He's bringing them from the land of the north, right?
Right. Yep.
Okay. Right there from the land of the north. Now, I want to let you finish that, and I got a precept. Go ahead, finish that right there, please, Bubba Kashab.
No problem. No problem. See, I am bringing them from the land of the north, and shall gather them from the ends of the earth.
Hold up now.
And,
he's going to gather them from where?
The ends of the earth.
Okay, go ahead.
Right. Among them, the blind and the lame, those with child and those in labor, together a great assembly returning here.
So now we have Jeremiah 31:6. It says that we're talking about the northern tribes, and they will be gathered from the ends of the earth. Help me out here.
All right, no problem here. All right, now, if I was, I'm going to directly address this. I'm just going to say that if I were to talk about the Yirmiyahu 3, that was actually good. Never mind. I'm going to do this first. All right. So, yeah, let me I'm just going ahead and do this. Yeah. No. So it says, see, I am bringing them from the land of the north, right? Now, this had to do a lot with what I was talking about with Deacon Akkad, a lot about the kingdom of the north type of thing, right? And this kingdom of the north theory that this is Babylon. Kingdom of the north is a relative term. Sometimes it's talking about Babylon. Sometimes it's talking about Assyria. Sometimes it depends. And we know this because there are kingdoms of the north, plural, in general. This is listed in Yirmiyahu chapter 1. We can go to that verse anytime you want. But this verse right here, and it says, I am bringing them from the land of the north, which is Assyria, to them. Syria is geographically north of Yashraal, and shall gather them from the ends of the earth. The ends of the earth means the ends of the land. The word earth there is eretz, is land in Hebrew. You can check it out.
Hold on. That's not its only definition, brother. Don't do that.
It's not the only. No. It's not its only definition. But what I'm saying is that is a definition. So here is where all of this winds up running into a huge loop. And this is where Akkad came into a loop. And everybody who tried to defend this chart. Hold on. No. I'm answering the question. Let me answer the question.
Go ahead.
Give me 10 more seconds. Is that for you to keep doing this and trying to, pinhole this and pinhole that, you totally discounted all three witnesses already given where it tells you exactly where they're coming from.
I have not discounted it, because when you go to Deuteronomy 28, verse 63 and 64, it says that they will be scattered to the four corners. So if they're scattered to the four corners, that means that if just think for a second, if you are right in identifying those particular lands, why are you telling me that I'm wrong for saying that the northern tribes is also in other places? You can't do that. What you did was you said that the northern tribes is in these places and the rest of them died. That's what you said, brother.
No. Stop. No. Now, ho. You totally misrepresenting me right here.
Oh, that's what you said.
No. You can rewind the tape on this joint. You specifically asked me. When is that talking about? Is that where they are right now? I said no. I said that's where they were contextually for Yashayahu, Isaiah, at his time period. In 640 BCE, that's where he understood them to be before the southern kingdom was even exiled. So ho. So you don't understand what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, in his state of mind where he was when he gave the prophecy about the southern kingdom about to be dispersed to the four corners of the earth, when he gave that prophecy, right, he knew where the northern kingdom largely was. He knew where they largely was. So where they are right now, in the latter days, right now, is where the three prophets I just gave you who came after that. You keep quoting Devarim, which has to be Musha or Moses. Who came? So he gave a prophecy in general about his nation was going to befall them. And these prophets gave specific details about
Hold on. Now I'll let you go. The thing is that in Jeremiah, it gets very specific, brother. Okay? It gets very specific about these people being brought from the ends of the earth. Now, you're talking about the ends of the land. Are you telling me that a curse that the Most High gave to a people pushed them from damn Oklahoma City to Texas? Is that what you're telling me, brother?
Oh, my bag it bugged out there for a second. You what you ask again? Ask that again, please.
Curse from the Most High. It pushed people 500 yards or 500 miles to a different place. That's the curse.
They didn't push them there was no 500 miles being pushed there. I just read the text to you where they traveled for a year and a half through the land. You could do that's over 3,000 miles. You could take the Appalachian Trailhead, huh?
I'm so glad you said that.
15 seconds, Jeremiah.
Okay, I got to bring this home, man. I'm so glad you said that. Okay, because you said a year and a half would take. You said a year and a half would take. You talking about 3,000 miles in a year and a half walking, right?
Sure.
Okay, so now I have here a. I don't know if you can share the screen for me, Malachi. I don't know if you can share the screen concerning the distance here. Now,
all right, hold on 1 second. We're gonna stop it and let you get there real quick because I gotta log into Facebook.
Okay.
Hold on 1 second, bro. Just keep everything steady for you, brother. 1 second.
All right.
1 second, bro. All right, let me go to Facebook real quick. Bang, bang, bang. That ain't me. All right. 1 second, bro. Let me see. Yeah. 1 second, y'all. We heard something like a year and a half. All right, bang, bang, bang. Man, what the hell is my damn password? 500. I mean, you know what? I can log into yours. Yeah. Hold on 1 second, brother. 1 second. We're gonna be in there in a second.
All right.
1 second. Share with the brother. All right, there we go. Y'all bear with 1 second. Right here. Which one is it, Jeremiah, you want to share?
All right, let's just start at the top at the first one. The 73 days and 22 hours.
That one right there. Okay, game. All right, so hold on 1 second, y'all. What we gonna do?
Hold up. Let me ask him. Let me ask him a question. Okay. How many days? How many days in a year, brother?
364.
It's 364 days in a year. Okay, share the screen. Okay. So now what we have here is if I started walking, matter of fact, give me the next one. Give me the next one because it's better. Oh, no. Somalia. Yes. Okay. Now I want you to look at this, brother.
All right, I'm looking.
Okay. So now if we're walking from Assyria, if we're walking from Assyria,
right,
it takes 86 days and 11 hours
right,
to walk from Assyria to damn Somalia in South Africa. Walking.
Right.
Now let's say, oh well, it was a lot of people, so let's add 100 days. Let's add 100 days for the compensation of the elderly and the children. Let's add 100 days for walking. That's still only 186 days and 11 hours to get to damn South Africa. So if we're walking according to what you said, which is on the western parts of Egypt, it wouldn't take a year and a half, brother. Walking. So I'm trying to get some understanding on how do you come to the understanding in Ezra when it tells us very clearly that it took a year and a half. When someone's trying to get somewhere, here it is here. I hope everybody can see this. Walking from Assyria all the way to South Africa takes 86 days and 11 hours. So if you subtract Somalia up to the western parts of Egypt, as this brother has said, it would be a lot shorter walk. So even if we added 100 days to this walk, it still wouldn't equate half a year. So I'm trying to get some understanding on how you coming to the conclusion that it took a year and a half to walk from Assyria to the western parts of Egypt. Help me out.
Yeah, I wasn't talking about the western parts of Egypt. I was talking about Egypt is far closer than 3,000 miles away. I was talking about to beyond the Niger into West Africa, what we call Nigeria today. That's what I was talking about. Bro. And that, relax. Let me answer the question.
Hey, brother, I'm relaxed. You don't have to tell me to relax. I'm relaxed, brother.
All right, let me answer the question. Cool. I understand. Shalom. We're in shalom. Let me just answer the question. So that is Nigeria, where they went to. All right. Now, as for your point to where you just pulled up on Google and you showed how you can walk today from wherever you put it, Assyria, which is not even, or from Euphrates or whatever, to South Africa or whatnot, is totally irrelevant. Because you're putting up something. No, I'm gonna tell you why. I'm gonna tell you why.
Brother, go ahead. Go ahead.
That's why I tell you relax. Because you see, you did not listen. You ain't listening.
I'm just saying the relevance.
Oh, okay, all right, but let's be slow. Hear me. You gotta hear me though.
Go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
Don't just scoff. Listen. So we have from where we were talking about the Euphrates River all the way to present day Nigeria. Now, do you know what the Appalachian Trail is? It's a yes or no question.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay, good. Do you know how long the Appalachian Trail is?
Do I know what you mean? How
it's
long?
It's a yes or no question. The Appalachian Trail is about 2,000 miles. It's a little under 2,000 miles. Okay. Mm-hmm. Cool. We set that as a fact, right?
Well, I'm taking what you're saying. I hear what you're saying.
You just Google that. You can take your phone and Google that too. So it's under 2,000 miles. So the point being that to walk the Appalachian Trail for an experienced hiker takes over 2 months. And then this is a paved trail they're walking on. All right? Going through dense jungle and brush and river with millions of people, with the elderly and the young and cattle and all that stuff, just going an extra 1,000 miles on top of that, you got to admit, would most likely add about another good year to that. Easily.
That's ridiculous, man. That's ridiculous, brother. How are you going to sit here and make that assertion when we're looking at someone having to walk?
Okay,
listen, so let me finish, brother. Because I let you finish.
No. You're yelling. No. Calm down. No,
Hey, bro. We gotta keep the order, man. I know we men and swords.
So it's no bros here. I'm calm. I'm telling them stay calm. Relax. I wasn't even done. He just jumped in and then decided that it was like, yeah, I gotta.
That's what we need y'all to do. We need both of y'all to do. Like if a question get asked, allow the next brother to answer. That's it. Allow the next brother to answer. Let him.
I wasn't even finished answering the question.
No doubt. Go ahead and express yourself. What time we looking like?
Right, so you're gonna start talking because You was interrupting them too, brother.
Thank
Look,
you.
let's do this. Who's up? Who's
He
up
asked
next?
the question. I sat there and listened to him the whole time.
That's
Go,
not true, brother.
hey, Tobiah, go ahead and
All right.
answer how you gonna answer. I can then you up next, and then you right up next. All right.
Right. Listen, if a brother speaks eloquently, you can't get upset about that. That means passionately, strong. So we don't gotta tell nobody to calm down, brother. Ain't nobody disrespecting nobody. So
Hold on. If he's sitting up there jumping and gyrating at the screen, doing all this and all this animated nonsense, what you talking about?
you doing
I
that?
can't tell the man, the brother, to calm down. We can speak peaceably about this.
Yeah. So
What
look.
you saying? I can't tell him calm down. So I'm supposed to yell too, so nobody hears what anybody's saying? That makes sense to you?
No. Slow down, man. All right, so look, it's all good too, but y'all go ahead and answer what you need to answer out, and then it's on you next to question him about what it is you need. But let's keep it order, y'all. Keep the questions order, stay cordial, and let's get it done. Remember, the nation is watching. I know we been and we get emotional a little bit. It's just what it is, but let's keep the order, man. Let's show the world we can be cordial and everything. All right, come on, Ebro, let's get it. All right, it's on you. Go ahead and finish answering how you need to answer. Then it's up to you to go ahead and question, bro. Let's get her done.
Okay, so all I was explaining was I was just closing out before, he blew up, was real simple. If it takes an experienced hiker to walk over 2 months to walk less than 2,000 miles, imagine how long it would take if you added millions of people to that, the elderly, the young, and everything else, and you strapped them and everything. And then you have to include in all of that, they can't do anything on the Shabbats or the festivals. Keep in mind, they're doing their best to keep the law. That's the whole reason why they left, so they can keep the laws. So they can't walk on the Shabbat. They got to keep women separated on, days or whatever. There are rituals there that are going to slow them down as well. So absolutely, it would have took 1.5 years to go into West Africa. And I got secular sources for it as well, but I'm going to save that for my time. Go right ahead. Please continue. All right, go ahead.
All right, man. Like I said, that's ridiculous.
Okay.
When people are trying to get somewhere, and I took that in consideration. And I added an additional 100 days. Mind you, everyone listening in, as we just seen on the screen, it took 86 days for a person to walk there. I added more than double. To take in consideration for the elderly and children. And that still does not equal up to not a year and a half, but that's not even half a year. Okay, that's not even half a year. There's now he had said something about the Western Africa. So if we look at the other screen, it actually is a shorter time. It actually is a shorter time.
Okay, I got you out. You want to share that real quick?
Yeah.
We're gonna share that. We're gonna share that, and then let bro get to his portion of what he on. All right.
No problem.
All right. Next one. Hold on. Let me get to this next one. You want to go from West Africa? Ah, okay.
Hold up. Now, yeah. Give me that, and then the other one, brothers and sisters. It's 3,000 miles from New York to California. All right, or Washington D.C., which New York is slightly further, but from Washington D.C. to California, right, is 2,620 miles. Now from the screen that he's sharing, we're going from Assyria to all the way to the western coast of Africa. Right? And so, yeah, this is Google. This is something very simple that everyone can take in consideration. My point being, everyone, is that even if I gave none of these maps take a year. None of these take 100, not even 100 days to walk. I need everyone to take that in consideration. So 80, you got 86 days. The other one is 73 days. And the other one is 64 days. So now if I say, okay, I'm going to give you 100 days for the people, then that should be more than enough time for these people to get there. Okay, and remember, these not stupid people. So they're mapping out their route and taking in consideration the best way to travel. They're not just gonna go through some dangerous path to try to prove a point. They're taking women and children in consideration. All right, they're taking that in consideration when they're mapping themselves with their route. This is not a stupid people. Okay, so even if we add 100 days, it does not even equal to half the time that the Bible says in 2 Ezra chapter 13, how long it took those people. Go ahead, the floor is yours.
All right, my bad. I'm answering the time, or this is my time to ask questions too.
This is your time to ask questions. Go ahead and ask your questions.
All right. As for the question, as for the statement that the statement that he just made about how the length of time it took, I've already answered that. I just explained real simple. His statement that 100, he gave 100 days, he more than doubled it. That's not true, because 80 plus 80 would be 160. So he didn't more than double it. He just added 100 days. But I'm not sitting here trying to nitpick with him over math. The point I'm trying to make here is that the time that it took, it absolutely matches up. But let's go ahead and stop nitpicking about my interpretation of this and your interpretation of that or whatnot. Let's see exactly what the history says and geography says about it. So you're first up, because he didn't want to take the scripture or whatnot. So it says they go into Azareth. Where's Azareth at? It's a simple question. I just want him to answer. Where's Azareth?
Azareth.
Where is it?
That's America.
That's America, right?
Yeah.
Okay. What are you basing this on?
What am I basing it on?
Yes.
On scholars who have interpreted where this land is.
What scholar interpreted this land is Azareth based off of what geographical information? I'm just asking straight out.
Yeah.
We said he was coming prepared.
Yeah. Well, I don't have that information.
So you don't have that, but you're just saying that.
No, what I'm saying is based upon the scriptures and biblical prophecy, I determined through prophecy and the understanding of the prophecy that the Most High have given me.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, you said scholars and things like that. Well, I'm going to give you one, a cartographer. This is a person who writes maps. This guy's called Claudius Ptolemy. All right. From the 4th century, I believe. The point is, he wrote a map, and in the map, he has Azareth as being near Mauritania. That's all the way in West Africa. There's a river named Azareth. There's a land was called Azareth. You have no map anywhere else that says where Azareth is. That is an actual factual map. And in doing so, as I said, you still go beyond what Zephaniah said. You still ain't answered.
What's the difference? What's the distance of Azareth to Assyria? What's that distance?
It's like almost 7,000 miles. That's going from Nigeria another 2,000 miles. Well, it's about 5,000. Yeah, about 5,000.
You said it's how long?
About 5,000. But that's I'm not even getting on the length of time thing here. Forget all that. I'm trying to point to you where we have historically to know where these people went. You don't agree with my interpretation of the text or what it says? That's fine. Let's go to the secular world. I just gave you one secular source from ancient times who explained specifically that this was.
Well, you've been harping on 2 or 3 witnesses. You got 2 or 3 witnesses?
I got another witness, no problem, no doubt. The second witness you get is from the Edomites themselves, the Sanhedrin, 94a of the Sanhedrin text. It tells you that Sennacherib sent them into Africa. That's exactly what he said. And at that point, when they wrote that, that was in 4th century CE. Africa was well known to be beyond the Nile.
Wait, who sent them there? And where's these sources at? You got them?
The Babylon. What are you talking about? It's in the Talmud. The people, the record they keep, the Jews, they kept the records.
Wait.
What you saying?
Wait, it's in where?
It's in the Babylonian Talmud.
It's in the Talmud.
Yeah.
Okay, so you got the Talmud?
No.
Okay, so my question is you said they sent them. Is this talking about the Assyrian captivity?
This is exactly what we're talking about, is the Assyrian captivity. This is
Yeah,
what
so
the Northern Kingdom went after.
You saying that the Assyrians sent the children of Israel in Africa? That's what you're saying?
Yes. I can prove it historically. Oh, okay, no. I answered your question. This is my question time. This is not your question time, Mark. This is my question time.
This is two by your time. I ask you
this is my question time, Mark. And since you prodded and that's confusing to you, I'll give you a source for it. No problem. As we do with all things, we show things with the preponderance of evidence. I'm not going to just give you one source. I'm going to give you multiple sources so that you can see. Do you know who Josephus, Flavius Josephus is?
Of course.
All right. So you definitely understand he's basically the oldest historian we have and the only contact we got with the 1st century BCE or CE, right?
Right.
Right. Cool. No problem. So if you go in chapter 2 of his book, it tells you chapter 2 of book 11 of Antiquities. All right. He tells you specifically that when the foundations of the temple were being laid and the Yehudi were very zealous about building it, the neighboring nations, and especially the Cuthians, whom Shalmaneser, king of Assyria, had brought out of Persia and Media. Keep that in mind. These are some of the people who were bothering Yashar when we were trying to build the second temple, and Zechariah was arguing with all the time, if you know your Zechariah well. Okay? But this is the point, what you're talking about. So these people right here, the Cuthians, were basically a mixture of Persian and Medes who got brought into the land. Where'd they get brought from? From Persia and from Media. Where'd they get put at? Into Palestine. Why? Because the Northern Kingdom had got removed. Hold on. He goes even further. Here it is. All right. So the people who we call Samaritans, as you will understand them, are actually a bunch of Cuthians or Persians and Medes. That's who the Samaritans were typically. There were a few Yashar all around there, a few of our people around there, but most of them were Cuthians or Persian and Medes. So when we go to book 12, chapter 5, it reads, when the Samaritans saw the Yehudi under the sufferings of the Greeks, this is later, they no longer confessed that they were kindred. They said no longer said we're the same people anymore, nor that the temple mount on Mount Gerizim belonged to the Almighty Elohim. This was according to their nature, as we've already shown. And they now said that they were a colony of Medes and Persians, and indeed they were a colony of theirs. So you have another historian telling you that the Shomerini or the Samaritans who were moved into the land of Palestine or whatever were a bunch of Persian and Medes. That's who the people that's over there now. They're a bunch of Babylonians, Persians, and Medes. That's who those people are. They're Yaphites. They look exactly like the Hispanic people. Exactly like them. And this is not being discriminatory. I'm just saying blacks look like Kamites. You could tell us differently, from Ethiopians and the other people in Djibouti and Eritrea or whatever. But we typically have the very similar features. So that right there was two historical, one more historical proof right there to go on to another one I just gave you from the Babylonian Talmud, which was just their record. That wasn't even them keeping anything other than a record. That wasn't them giving any doctrine. They were just keeping a record of what happened to the Northern Kingdom. They said the Northern Kingdom went into Africa. So again, how is it that you telling me with your understanding of history and this and all of that, how are you telling me that this is what I feel about it and this is what I understand?
Are you asking me a question?
Yeah, that's a question.
Okay, so how is very simple. All right, so when we look at Jeremiah chapter 31, and it spoke about them being pushed to the ends of the earth, I want to give an additional witness.
No. Yeah,
I know you don't. I know you don't want me to do that. I know you don't want me to do that.
That has nothing to do with that. No, this is my question time. I adhered to your question time and then listened to all your questions and answered yours directly. I want you to answer directly.
I'm trying to answer you. You asked me a question. How did I come up to that conclusion? I'm going to give you the answer. What do you mean?
All right, go ahead.
Thank you. All right, so Deuteronomy chapter 33, verse 17 is another example of the children of Israel, the northern tribes,
okay,
being pushed somewhere. Okay,
right.
Deuteronomy chapter 33, verse 17. It says, his glory is like the fastling of his bullock, and his horns are like the horns of a unicorn. With them he shall push the people together to the ends of the earth. Okay? And they are the 10,000s of Ephraim, and they are the thousands of Manasseh. Okay? So when I get the floor back, I'm going to go into my historical documents, because why are the people over here in the Americas practicing biblical historical culture?
You answered. You answered. Now you give me a dissertation. I'm not trying to be rude.
I'm giving you no dissertation, bro.
No, because you're telling me what you're going. I don't.
Go ahead, brother. Go ahead. Go ahead.
So what I'm saying is that you're still not answering why what I just showed you historically of Asarath, where it is, and why when I asked you about Zephaniah, where it tells you where the northern kingdom, who are the only dispersed people at the time, are beyond the rivers of Cush, which is the ends of the land to them.
Because I don't agree. What the hell? I don't
agree. So you don't
bro.
agree with hold. So you don't agree with Zephaniah?
I do not agree. I don't agree. No.
So you don't agree with the Nabi, the prophet. The prophet said that. I didn't say that.
No, I'm not talking about, you talking about Isaiah? I'm not talking about Isaiah.
No, not Isaiah. Zephaniah.
I'm not talking. I agree with Zephaniah 1,000%. I don't agree with your understanding of Zephaniah. No.
My understanding. Please don't apply any understanding to it. The text simply says the daughter of his dispersed, meaning the kingdom, the girl who's the sister that was put away, is coming from beyond the rivers of Cush. Is Cush Africa? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, so beyond the rivers of Africa, where does that put you? Does that put you in America?
No, that puts you in Africa.
That puts you in Africa. Okay, so I'm not reading into this any more than what the text is simply stating. You are the one who are giving me your exegesis on it, your deeper understanding, and you're going into it, telling me that it means this and that, go. All I'm saying is the thing simply telling us, that it's going across the rivers of Africa is where they will be. The only people dispersed at this point is the northern kingdom. That's where she at.
Here's the thing, though, because concerning that, I'm not here, and I thought I made this clear in the opening statement. I don't say that the northern tribes are not in Africa. I never said that. That's why I just read Deuteronomy 33:17, Jeremiah 31:6 and 8, that I'm okay with a remnant of the northern tribes being in Africa. I have no problem with that. Okay, but the problem is, it's not that they're in Africa. The problem is you saying that they're not over here in the Americas. That's the problem.
No. That's not why. Okay. We're gonna address all that right now because I'm gonna finish up with my time right quick. Okay, right. Here's the issue. This 12 tribe chart, it goes back past the guy who you led. It goes past Bevins, who admitted that it was fake. You know what I'm saying? There's documented tape. You know, I'm sure you've seen it. He admitted that they added Latinos and Native Americans and all that stuff to increase, people coming in there. He admitted it. It's on tape. It's recorded. But let's go.
I could care less. I could care less about all of
that. And I'm fine with that. That's cool. But I respect that. I respect that. That doesn't have to mean anything to you. Let's go back further than that. This doctrine came from the first settlers who were here. This joint goes way back to like the 17th century. Them Anglos who got over here had no concept of this new world that they didn't even know was here. They then wanted to try to make it a part of their manifest destiny, which was later picked up and transmutated by Joseph Smith, Mormons. They made it so that the manifest destiny is the destiny of the white man to conquer the world and to spread religion and Christianity to them for their betterment. No matter what they got to do, it is what it is. So that's where it comes from. That is this doctrine. It is a Mormon doctrine. Mormon is another form of Christianity. This is a Christian doctrine.
So who are these people? Who are these people in the Americas, and why are they holding Hebraic customs?
Okay, hold you real simple. The people who you talk about, these people in Americas, there are two different sets of people in Americas. Actually, let's save that for your question part. No, because you can ask your question and your question part and do that. Let me finish with my question. All right, I respect it. That's a good question. That's a good question. Now it is. Okay. It's a solid, good question. But let me finish my question. So what I'm saying is that the Northern Kingdom, because when you say remnant, we know remnant means what's left of something. We just agreed on that. That's agreed upon terms. So if the remnant is in Africa, then what's left of them is in Africa, and that's what all those texts are saying.
I never agreed to that. I don't believe that a remnant means that everyone else is dead. I don't believe that.
What is the definition of remnant? What is the definition of remnant?
A remnant. Yeah, go ahead.
I'm just gonna give you the straight up.
10 seconds, bro.
That's it.
You got 10 seconds to the next round.
All right, allow me a little bit more like you allow him. Give me 1 second.
Go ahead and read the definition now.
Yeah, I'm just gonna give him the definition. Okay. A remnant is usually a small part or member or trace or remaining. How to use in a remnant sentence, right? A small remaining quantity of something. Leftovers, leaving, residue, remainder, remains. These are all synonyms for it. That is what a remnant is. You cannot say, I got a remnant right here, and then there's another part of them over there. Then that means that's not a remnant you have right there. That means that you have some here and some there. Remnant means what's left.
That's not what you just read.
What do you mean? That is what I just read.
No, it ain't. Read it again.
Synonyms, remains, remainder, leftovers, leaving, residue. What are those things to you?
No, read the first part that you read. A small portion. You read, it said a small portion.
I'm giving you the Merriam-Webster. It has like 4 definitions. It gives you that.
Did it say small portion? Yes or no?
It did. It said okay, usually. No. Listen. It's a noun. I'm gonna read it again so you can understand what it says.
Make sure you read the small portion.
Listen. Let me read. Just listen for 1 second, please. Noun, right? Person, place, a thing. A remaining. What is the remaining of something? If you drunk the remaining of the juice, is there any more juice left?
Brother, you already read that. I'm asking you to read
This is the definition. No. Stop. It's a simple question. There's a definition.
Read the part where it says a small portion.
I'm gonna read. This is not your question, Paul. This is mine.
Hey, I let you go.
He did not. He never. I just want him to answer my. I'm gonna let it go. Please just answer my one question. It's right there in the thing you asked me to read. It does say usually small part. Usually doesn't mean always. It doesn't mean always. If I say I usually go to the store, it don't mean I always go to the store.
No doubt. Hey, well, look, we let you go over. Let you go over too, by y'all. Let you go over. Hey, y'all getting hot up in here now, y'all. You know. You two soldiers swinging swords. We let you go over a little bit.
I appreciate that. Yeah, I appreciate you, Yamayahu. Let me go over. Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's all good, man. So look, so far we got two opening 5-minute rounds. And y'all both
Okay.
had 2 15-minute rounds apiece. The last one, we jumped right into the questions, so y'all can question
Right.
a certain
Right.
brought out. All right. Next 15-minute rounds is on Jeremiah. Jeremiah,
Right.
go ahead, bro.
All right. So all praise and glory, man. Yeah, man. Hey, man, listen, man. Hey, I get extreme joy out of this conversation, by the way.
I do too.
All right. All right. So you have to forgive me if I get a little passionate. People say that about me a lot.
You all good, bro?
Yeah.
And your
All right. So all right. So now the brother says about the remnant. So I want to go really quickly, and I want to deal with that when it in a Zechariah. All right, so in Zechariah chapter, forgive me. All right, here we go. All right, so in Zechariah chapter 13, verse 8, it says, "And it shall come to pass that in all the land that the Most High, Salakia, that in all, it shall come to pass that in all the land, saith Yahweh, 2 parts therein shall be cut off and die," right? "But there shall be a third part that is left on." And then he says, "I will bring them through the fire and will refine them as silver and refine them, and they and will try them as gold is tried, and they shall call upon my name, and I will hear them, and I will say, it is my people, and they shall say that the Most High power is their power." So the reason I went there is because when we're talking about a remnant or a portion, because it seems as if the brother refused to read the part. He only wanted to read the part to you all that substantiated his point. That's not fair, brothers and sisters. We have to look at it all. If there's a possibility that the remnant is just also means a small part, then we have an understanding where there's no clashing of scriptures with the scriptures that I brought forth concerning the because he made a statement that the northern tribes would only be in those areas, and he said that the southern kingdoms was the only one scattered. This is a part of their doctrine. Their doctrine is that the southern kingdoms are the only ones that is scattered to the 4 corners of the earth. That has been blown out of the water with Jeremiah 31, 6 and 8, and Deuteronomy 33 and 17. That's finished. Deuteronomy 28 and 63 and 64 lets you know that all of Israel shall be scattered. So when we go into the Bible and we look at the book of Hosea, right? We look at the book of Hosea because he spoke about the appearance of the northern tribes. And so I want to address that. Okay. So I'm about to send you something, Malachi. If you can post this up really quickly.
I'm gonna try to. I'm looking for this share link that disappeared on me. I'm trying to look for the screen share situation. I've been doing this since Tobiah was talking. Like, where in the so give me a second, but go ahead and keep talking. If you gotta read something, go ahead. My heart gonna work on something.
All right, no worries. All right, so when you look at the appearance of the children of Israel, we go into the book of Hosea chapter 7, and we look. Okay, just 1 second here. Yeah, so when we go into the book of Hosea and we read 7, and 8 concerning the appearance of the children of Israel. It says, this is Hosea 7 and 8, Ephraim have mixed himself amongst the people. Ephraim is a cake not turned. So you cannot get a cake not turned. Can't get a cake not turned with all black people, brothers and sisters. You just can't. Now, I've heard them try to go, well, read up, brother, in the 7th verse, this, that, and the 3rd. The thing is that the Bible is giving examples. It's giving examples of the appearance of these people. And it says that they would mix themselves amongst the people. So their appearance would change. So we see them going into Assyria, under the hands of the Assyrians. We have the mixtures there. We see them coming over down the Euphrates to the bottom of Africa, coming over to the Americas. We see this according to 2nd Ezra chapter 13. So we see these things, and then who was the people that oppressed? Who was the initial oppressors on this side of the world of these people? Right? The initial oppressors of these people were the so-called Europeans. Okay? And so therefore there will be a natural lightening of the people just through the mixture. Now, if everyone knows about Blake Griffin, the NBA player Blake Griffin. Now, any of y'all that's listening, all you got to do is Google Blake Griffin's father. Okay? Blake Griffin's father is dark as night. Okay? Blake Griffin's father is dark as night. Blake Griffin has a white Caucasian mother. They have Blake Griffin. Now Blake Griffin then in turn marries a white woman, and they have a son, and now their son has blonde hair and blue eyes. And you're going to tell me that Blake Griffin's son is not from the lineage of Judah? According to Numbers chapter 1 verse 2, it tells us that the Most High names the pedigree of the children after their fathers. Okay? It's very simple. And so we cannot get into skin color. We can't say, oh, well, they had African mothers. You're talking about going back all the way unto Jacob. Yes, they had African mothers. But when you go through the duration of time and dealing with captivities, we're talking thousands of years, brothers and sisters. And we're looking at Blake Griffin, his father being dark-skinned and his grandson having white skin, blonde hair, and blue eyes, and just that small window of generations. We have to take that in consideration. So we're not overly concerned with appearance. We can't, appearance don't discredit a person's nationality. Appearance does not determine a person's nationality or biblical lineage. Appearance don't determine that. Hosea 10 and 8 makes it clear. Now, when we look in the book of Hosea, and it says here that more references about concerning the northern tribes and them mixing themselves. These things are important, brothers and sisters. It's not something that needs to be skimmed over. These things are important when you're trying to lean on the appearance of something. Now, I want to make this clear. All of the so-called Mexicans, all of the so-called Native Americans are not Israelites. We are only concerned with those of their father's lineage. That's what we're concerned with. That's all that I'm talking about. I'm not going to get into no argument about that. Okay? So now when we go into Hosea chapter 8, verse 8, it says, Israel, brothers and sisters, the northern tribes, is swallowed up. Now shall they be amongst who? The Gentiles, as a vessel wherein there's no pleasure. For they are gone up where? To Assyria. And as a wild ass alone by himself, Ephraim have hired lovers. Okay? So this is what we're talking about, giving further proof of the potential for the children of Israel to mix themselves, garnering a different appearance when you come to 2018 of the northern tribes. There's nothing wrong with that. There are right now, at this very moment, very dark-skinned so-called Mexicans. There are right now very dark-skinned so-called Native American people right now. Are you going to say that these people are not the children of Israel? And this is the problem when you're trying to say discredit these people by leaning only on the fact that they don't look like us. We can't do that. Okay? So now I want to go into some historical references. How much time I got?
Hold on 1 second. You got 5 minutes.
Okay, great. This is the book. And I also want to pose a question to the brother. Have you read this book, Lost Tribes in the Promised Land? I also want to know, have you read the History of American Indians by James Adair? I want to know, have you read also Babylon, the short account of the destruction of the Indies by Bartholomew de la Casa? I need to know if you have read these books. The Aztec and the Mayans, which I went into earlier to show the culture of the people. So now I want to go into the Lost Tribes in the Promised Land, brothers and sisters, right? And I want to look specifically at page 394, all right? And it says here, the woman got off and spoke to Francisco in an Indian tongue that Montesinos could not understand, although he could perceive that he was being identified in the conversation. She then turned to her male companions to explain the situation. Upon hearing the words, they rose and went over to Montesinos, and to his astonishment, okay, said, Shema Yasha'Allah Adonai Elohim Adonai Akkad. Hear, O Israel, the Lord our God is one. Okay? They had recited the Hebrew fundamental credo of Judaism. Okay? Why are these people speaking Hebrew? I want to know, why are these people speaking Hebrew? Okay? And further proof here.
Are you asking a question, or are you just
No, not asking you a question at all, brother. All right. And so I want to end this time, because once and when I come back, I'm going to go into the book James Adair, and I want to go into what James Adair has to say about the northern tribes. Now, these books, right, are from the early 1900s. So now what I want to do,
you got 2 minutes, 20 minutes.
Okay, no problem. All right, so I need you to share the screen. 2 minutes. I need you to share the screen. Malachi, I need you to read for me. I need you to share the screen because you already have this. All right, I need you to share the screen, and I need you to pull up the Batcrete Stone.
Okay, what I can do for you is read it out. I can read it for you. I'm having problems doing this screen sharing for some reason, but I can read it for you if you want me to. That ain't no problem.
So you say you can't share it?
Hold on. Let me try it. Let me try it. Okay. Let me try it. Stop his time for it.
This is the Batcrete Stone. This is the Batcrete Stone. Okay? So I want you to go ahead and read that concerning the Batcrete Stone.
I got you, Rock. Hold on 1 second. We got you. The Batcrete Stone, right?
Yeah.
1 second, bang. Pulling it up right now. This your message right here.
Yeah, because I need to know, why are these people speaking Hebrew? Why is Hebrew writing in their burial sites? This is archaeology, brothers and sisters, of the people of the Americas. Why is these things happening? The brother's about to read the Batcrete Stone. Come on.
All right, that's that right there. Yeah. All right, bro. The Bat Creek inscription, also called the Bat Creek stone or Bat Creek tablet, is an inscribed stone collected as part of a Native American burial mound excavation in Loudoun County, Tennessee, 1889, by the Smithsonian Bureau of Ethnology's mound survey, directed by entomologist Cyrus Thomas. The inscriptions were initially described as Cherokee, but in 2004, similarities to an inscription that was circulating in a Freemason book were discovered. Hoax expert Kenneth Feeder says the peer-reviewed work of Mary L. Quaz and Robert Langford has demolished any claims of the stone's authenticity. Mainford and Quaz themselves think the Bat Creek stone is a fraud.
Right. Read on.
All right, hold on 1 second, bro. Next
time. See, I'm not here hiding anything. I'm giving it to you raw and uncut, so you can see it and make an educated decision for yourself. Read on, brother.
Thomas inaccurately identified the characters on the stone as beyond question letters of the Cherokee alphabet. A writing system for the Cherokee language invented by Sequoyah in the early 19th century. Stone became the subject of contention in 1970 when Semitist Cyrus H. Gordon proposed that the letters of inscription are Paleo-Hebrew of the 1st or 2nd century AD rather than Cherokee, and therefore evidence of pre-Columbian transatlantic contact. According to Gordon, 5 of the 8 letters could be read as for Judea.
All right, so that's it on that, because I know I'm short on time. But as we can see, there's a Bat Creek stone that you all can go and look this up. The Bat Creek stone that has ancient Paleo-Hebrew on there. And there have been speculations concerning the stone. But as the archaeologists come back in 2004, they see very clearly that these letters are not modern Hebrew, but ancient Paleo-Hebrew. I yield the floor.
No doubt. Next up is Dr. Mine. You got another 15-minute round, brother. You got another 15-minute round. This right here will make 3 rounds.
All right. I'm up?
Yeah, you up.
All right. Well, first off, I'm going to just address the last point he made, and I'm going to work backwards a little bit. This point that some nations had our characteristics, or they had our sayings and whatnot. The Jews over there right now, they recite everything you just wrote. They're not our people. That doesn't make you, just because you have some customs or practice, that doesn't mean it. You can find books written how all of the Europeans, all of Western Europe are the lost 10 tribes. Okay, so there's been many speculations, and you can find anything you want. The only thing that's tangible, that's concrete, is historical accounts and geography. That's all you really got. Everything else is pure speculation. So to work backwards from that, I stopped accepting just everything people wrote as about doctrine, about everything, and started reading things for myself. So this doctrine of Ephraim being a cake not turned, having to do with them being a lighter appearance, is and I'm not speaking to the Ak this way. I'm just saying the doctrine itself is silly on a few counts. One, leavened bread back then wasn't made with white flour. So the bread was a brown and, darker looking anyway. So it looked as dark as I am anyway. So that doesn't even make the remotest sense to think that it looked like a pancake like you making, over here in America or something. The second point is, we're going to read this. And this is why he even made allusion to the fact that people will say to read up or whatnot, because you need to read up for context. You don't just take a little line and then you take another little line and you try to build doctrines off of it. You have to read the context of a passage. So we're going to read Hushai or Hosea 7:1. This is not about Ephraim being mixed. When I would have healed Yashraal, this is the northern kingdom, then the iniquity of Ephraim was discovered. Keep that in mind. and the wickedness of Shomeron. For they committed falsehood, and the thief comes in, and the truth of robbers spoils without. So we're using context, otherwise we don't have no foundation. Verse 2, and they do not consider in their hearts that I remember all their wickedness. Now their own doings have been beset them about. They are before my face. This is about the heart or character of Ephraim. This is what he said. It specifically says it. Verse 2. How do we know? We keep reading. Verse 4. They are all adulterers, as an oven heated by the baker, who ceases from raising after he has kneaded the dough until it is leavened. So he's using their faith as a metaphor for the oven. This has nothing to do with appearance. This has nothing to do with color whatsoever. This has only thing to do about their faith. Like I said, heated by the baker, right? They are all adulterers. Adultery to Yahweh is worship of other mighty ones. That's what adultery is to the Father, right? So this is about the leaven inside the dough that is the faith of Ephraim. Verse 6, for they have made ready their heart like an oven. Their heart like an oven. That's what he's talking about. Whilst they lie in wait, their baker sleeps all the night. In the morning, it burns as a flaming fire. Their heart is like an oven, just as he described. Their faith is the dough that is left to burn. Verse 7, they are all hot as an oven. Over and over is talking about, and have devoured their judges. All their kings are fallen. There is none among them that calls to me, right? So he explains that their heart is like an oven and has consumed all his prophets and judges, and there was none of them that actually speak to the Father anymore. That's what this is saying. This has nothing to do about appearance. The mixing is about whoring, which is an allegory or a metaphor for faith. This is not about the literal bloodlines being mixed. And the other point even about that, Assyrians are from Asher. Asher even means black. They're Shemitic. They're black. They're all Negroes. All of them were black. All the soldiers of Elam, I could give them pictures and send them that or whatnot to show that up. I'll email that to them in 1 sec. But
no one's arguing that, brother. Go ahead.
Hold on. Yeah, hold on. So just like you did, just hear me out. So the mixing is about horn, like I said. The proof is like you said. You want precepts? It's in precepts. Yechezkel or Ezekiel 23:5. And Aholah, this is the northern kingdom, played the harlot when she was mine. This is a metaphor for whoring. She's a whore. And she doted on her lovers, on the Asher or the Assyrians, her neighbors. The northern kingdom, Yashraal, played the harlot, the hoe. She played a whore. Clearly, this is what it's talking about. Thus, this is verse 7 here. Thus, she committed whoredoms with them, with all of them that were chosen men of Asher, with all of whom she doted. With all their idols, she defiled herself. This is about the idolatry and the worship of other mighty ones. They mixed their dough with the Assyrians. This has nothing to do with them mixing with the Assyrians. And even if they did mix with the Assyrians were black anyway, so that wouldn't have made any difference physically, appearance-wise, just like the other Elamites would have looked. But the point is, that whole verse, and this is what I'm talking about, the whole verse which you gave before is totally taken out of context. This has nothing to do with bloodlines or appearance. This whole thing tells you exactly what it's about. The precepts tell you exactly what it's about. So we're going to move onward to what's in America right now. All right? Because this is you're bringing up archaeology of America and whatever. That's fine. I got no problem with that. What you got to understand is that script, not just that one, but the one that's further down in Mesoamerica, and there was one that was in like Wyoming or something like that. I can't remember. But yeah, no doubt. Absolutely. Hebraic writings. However, what script is that? That is Canaanite script, or what they call the Phoenician script. The Phoenician script is from Phoenician. The Phoenicians are Yashraal. They were in America. They were. The Native Americans are not Yashraal. Neither are the Hispanics. Hispani is a word that's derived from the mixture of Romans and Visigoths. Visigoths are basically Eastern Goths. Ostrogoths are Western Goths. They took over Iberia, what we call Spain, right? And after they conquered Rome in the 5th century, after like 411 or whatever, when Rome fell, they took over and ruled, and they mixed with them. They created what we call Hispani. This is where the people from Spain come from, Hispanics, the origin of it. Until the Moors, the blacks from mid and West Africa went in there. Jabal Tariq went across the rock to Gibraltar, or the Pillars of Hercules, and it was later renamed after him. He goes over there in the 8th century and conquers it and civilized it and built Medina, Madrid, all those great cities. We built all that. Then they turned around and got power and kicked us out afterwards. Regardless of that, what I'm saying is those people, the Spaniards, are not in any way Yashar. They're not. And the Native Americans who came over, we need to stop trying to ascribe things to people like Yashar lost their identity. Everybody didn't lose their identity. That's just the hard
truth. Who are these people? Who are they?
I'm explaining. Those people tell you where they came from. They tell you they crossed across the Bering Strait.
Oh my God! I knew it was coming. Go ahead, brother.
Okay. Look. They also tell you when they got here, there was a pre-race of white giants that were here before them. You can go to many tribes, the Choctaw, the Cherokee. Wait a minute, is that not true?
That's ridiculous, man.
All right.
The Bering Strait have been proven to be a lie in the 1980s.
Let me finish my time.
Go ahead.
So the point is, like I said, you could laugh it off, whatever, but at the end of the day, it's not really, you got ears to hear or you don't. It's not a big deal to me. At the end of the day, if you actually go talk to those tribes, read what they wrote. The Pakua, the Picatow, all of the Lovelock Cave incident, all that stuff they got going on with them. Read what happened, what they say happened, what is their history. They tell you that they are not Yashar. They don't claim that. Nor does any of those other people from Latin America and all that. All those people are Roman Catholic. Why? Because they're Spaniards. Spain is what? They're Rome, Italy. That's the same people. That's where they came from. It's all the same thing. And so that has nothing. That's why they follow after their mighty one. Yashar is the one who does not follow after her mighty one. And this whole thing about, and like I said, this is nothing speaking evil on no nation or whatever like that. But at the end of the day, history don't lie, what they said. So now you can laugh at it, whatever you want. But genetics don't lie either. Them people genetically don't have no correlation to you either.
But deal with Blake Griffin.
I was silent. Let me do what you did. Right?
Okay.
Show me that respect. Appreciate that. So
my apologies.
Yeah, thank you. It's all right. So Native Americans originally, they don't even grow facial hair. So if they really some tribe of Gad, how on earth is they don't grow facial hair? Don't even make sense. Well, I'm not questioning your lineage or whatnot. I'm just saying, bro. I mean, whatever. I'm just whatever. What I'm saying is all about artwork and everything we got shows us all with beards. We always have beards, full beards. All sculptors of us, they're black people, they have beards. If you go to Titus, he tells you, the historian, they assume that the Yashar were what? That these people were Ethiopians. That's what he says. That's his thing. Herodotus calls the whole Levant Ethiopians, right? So back to America. Those people, Native Americans who come from the West, the highest concentration is up in Alaska. That's of the purest blood form, going continuously across the West, right? Until you get to the East. Those people have this 15 points of genetic origins with everybody that's over in Siberia. They are the same people. They look alike. They have the same cultures and whatnot. They are the same people. And it's ridiculous for anybody to sit there and point at them and be like, nah, that's wholly different nations, for whatever reasons. People got this whole thing in there about taking this thing. This is a doctrine of wanting other nations' women. That's what this doctrine is all about. That's what what's the name? Yes, that's what this doctrine is all about. This going has got to do. They originally, I'm telling you, that's what it's about. People sustain it today because they want to chase foreign women. It has nothing to do with the facts. Because at the end of the day, when you go through the facts and you actually look at all the historical information I've already presented, and you look at genetic information, archaeology, whatnot, and as I was talking about the Phoenicians, who were people who were here on the East Coast, who were Yashar. They were on the East Coast. They were here before Columbus went into the Caribbean. And Columbus didn't even set foot on North and South America, so his opinion don't mean anything. Columbus thought he was in India. That's why he called the people Indians. The Taino people, the black people he met there, those people are related to Kemetic people. They're Kittites. Kitty. This is stuff, like I said, if you actually study anthropology, if you study history, if you study all this stuff, it is clearly written. That's who they are. If you look at them, they're dark. Oh, pictures of remnants of them today, what close you can get. They're dark with jet black wavy hair. That is what those people, the Kemetic people, look like, the Egyptians. That is exactly what they look like. They're like the cushy look and whatnot. So all these people who you see with those type of features are from Kham. They can be kind of misunderstood as Yashar, but only if you're like really like a real outside nation. Same way people mix up Japanese and Chinese if you don't know enough of them. So the genetics they have matches those people over there. Their writers tell you they got here and found white people here. Laugh all you want, but that's what it says. Then, and there's also the skeletons that were found in archaeology all through here, with countless reports of them. Yeah, the President Abraham Lincoln was talking about them being buried in mounds. Those giants, that were in here, or whatever, 10-footers and up, all across America. Research it. Don't believe me. Call me crazy. Look for it. They have red hair. They were white, and they were giants. And that's what Native Americans ran into. The Phoenicians, which is what those scripts are from, Phoenician script, built warning signs to the Vikings and warned the Norwegians, don't come through here. We mining this. They were all the way up in Michigan. They were sailing up and down the Mississippi, taking ore and everything else. Ore that can only be found in the northeast of America.
Then
this is stuff like I said, if you study, huh?
Then they left after that?
No, they stayed in the stayed in the South. They were in the Southeast. Some of them got reclassified as Native Americans as a general broad statement or whatnot, but there was plenty of them left in the South. People don't understand. The South was black. They used everything in Florida. All that used to be black. The first people who really got a foothold in the South were the Spanish, who were not your people. They came and they crossed over and they got a foothold in America through Florida. That's where they got in. And when blacks went for freedom, they originally went for freedom to the South.
So
all that stuff you look at, huh?
They still
They're not still there. They got moved out. One of the treaties, this is when John Horse and them got moved out with the Seminole thing, what they call about the Seminoles. There is no tribe Seminoles. And here's where the problem with the 12 tribes.
30 seconds. Go ahead.
30 seconds. All right. Here's the real problem where the 12 tribe charts fall short. First off, there's no Danites on there. Where's Don? So there's really 13 tribes. If you read the text, you would know. Don isn't even mentioned in there. So it can't be all the tribes because you're clearly missing a tribe. And Seminole, as I said, is not a name for a tribe of Native Americans. It just means runaway. Look up John Horse and the Trail of Tears and all that stuff when they had to cross over and ran to Mexico, because that was the deal that the Native Americans made to kick us out of here.
Okay, Hebrew. I see it's turning up. Bros is bringing in scriptures. Bros is bringing in.
Hey, I want to say I appreciate it, brother. I appreciate you letting me, chime in a little bit in questions, bro, during your time. I appreciate that.
It's all good. It's all good.
It's all good. So, all right. So far, even though we turned the second 15-minute round into question and answer, so far both of y'all have had a 5-minute opening round and 3 15-minute rounds apiece. All right. So Jeremiah, the fourth 15-minute round starts whenever you're ready. You ready out?
Let's go.
Let's get it.
All right. So I asked the brother. He says that. And listen, brothers and sisters, go look up the Bering Strait. Okay, that thing has been disproven to not be true. People did not walk over here from the damn Russia, over here in the damn blistering cold to come over here through Alaska. Okay, this didn't happen. Okay, the landmass, it was never connected right there. It was not, and if it did ice over, it wasn't strong enough to let people come over here. All right, so that's not true at all. All right, so now what I want to do is I want to go into the specific customs. I want to go into James Adar, and I want to go into the specific customs of the people. This is page 142. Now I'm just really puzzled. I'm just really puzzled on why are these people keeping so much of these customs. And let me ask the question, brother. You never answered my question. Have you read these books?
Oh, my bad. I thought I didn't think you were asking questions. I thought they were rhetorical. I read excerpts from the Lost Tribes book that you had, but the other one with the Casadilla guy, I've read parts of that too when I was researching for something. But the other two, no, I ain't even read them joints. Except for the Aztec and Maya one, I read parts of that as well. Have not completed front to cover, but yeah, I've read them.
Well, bro, come on, man. Like, I mean, we cannot operate in the spirit of biased scholarship, man. I mean, we have to really look at these things. And the reason I'm saying that is because sometimes brothers don't feel the need to read certain texts or certain books because it don't fit their narrative. And that's a problem. If we are sincerely trying to research for truth, I would encourage you to read these books. What harm will happen unto you by researching these things? If you'll find out, you would make some of the statements that you make, okay? Because what I'm about to read in the book, James Adar, right? Listen at this. Now, who is James Adar? James Adar came over here to the Americas, and he went and sat with the so-called Native Americans, and he observed their customs, and he documented their customs. He documented them. Now, without any input from him or any assertion that there were certain influences from other cultures, he's looking and observing these people. Now, why are these people in page 142 saying, ground with singing with the praise of Yahweh or Yahuwah? They're singing and dancing in these circles around sacred fires, appearing to have references to a like religion, customs of the Hebrews. Why is it saying this? And may we not resemble and support the fundamental understanding of the book of Psalms or divine hymns, at least those that began with hallelujah. Other words, hallelujah or hallelujah. In other words, how can all the inhabitants of the existential religion of the North and the South Americas to have and retain those expressive Hebrew words? Why, like, if we didn't have the historical references of, and this book is from the 1800s, if we didn't have the historical references of these people resembling the customs of the Hebrews, and it says, or how repeat them a distinct and apply them after the manner of the Hebrews in their religious assemblies. The like cannot be found in any other country. Okay? And it says, in like manner, they sing on other religious occasions and at their feast of love, alleluia, alleluia, which is the divine name by the attributed to which is attributed to. They sing likewise Ayua, Ayua, which is Hebrew. So that's concerning the singing of these people, right? Other examples, right? Other examples of cultural expressions. Cultural expressions, right? It says here also the names. It says they sing Yahweh, Shu, Yahweh, Shu, Yahuashi, or Yahuashai, Yahuashi, 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 with much energy. The first word is namely in Hebrew characters. The name of Joshua or Savior, properly expressed it by our double vowels, right? Let it be observed that as a rule or commanding, so the Indians say Blaiu, Bluk, Hak, or Strek, a person that is a criminal in like manner, right? So again, we have examples of the names of the Most High. The names of the Most High is here. Now, you can go and read these things for yourself. So now we're getting an in-depth look at the customs and cultures of these people. What other examples are there? What other examples are there? Right? So here we have the time of separation for women. Why are they holding the customs of the time of separation from women? It says, to the Mosaic law of women purification. After travail, the Indian women would abstain themselves from their husbands and all public companies for a considerable amount of time. I'm trying to figure out, why are they abstaining from their husband from a considerable amount of time as seen in the Hebraic law? Why are they doing this? You're saying, how am I coming up to this conclusion that these people over here, and I've stated before, that I don't believe all, but I believe there's a high remnant of our people from the northern tribes in the Americas. How do I know? Because I'm going into and looking at people writing stuff about these people in the 1800s. As we continue on and we look at different examples of, and then the brother says something, and I want to make this clear for the viewing audience. Okay, my wife is from the tribe of Judah. Okay, let's make that clear. And so therefore, I don't have no desire to get no woman or a sister from the northern tribes or some sort of Spanish looking woman. That's not in my heart. So I don't know why this brother spoke and said that this doctrine was created so brothers can get women of other nations. Okay? That's not the case.
Don't, no. My bad. I'm not trying to infract on your time. I never said that. What I said was, I told you how it was created. I told you it was created by white nationalists. I specifically said that. I said it's perpetuated today for the reasons of lust. That's what I said. So I'm not trying to, for reasons of lust is why it's perpetuated today. I said, you don't remember.
How are you coming to that conclusion? How are you coming to the lust? Why are you making that statement?
Before I even go into that, do you remember me telling you that it started with white nationalism, with the manifest destiny? You remember me saying that?
Yes. I remember you saying it.
So that means what you just said was not true then, right? I didn't say that it started from people lusting, right?
No, I'm referencing what you made mention of about the lust. That's what you said.
That's fine. Right, but you said I said it started with it. I'm not playing semantics, but it's
started reasoning because
I'm saying people maintain it because of, for reasons. It started with white supremacy. The byproduct of that is self-hate. People hate themselves.
Well, I'm letting you know, and I'm letting the world know that I got a black
I never put
woman.
that on you.
Okay,
I never put that on you. I never put that on you. No problem.
I'm here defending. Listen, I'm here defending the understanding of the North, Central, South America people being derived from our people. Okay, I'm here defending that. I'm letting you know and the world know I don't got no Spanish wife, brother. Okay, for the record. So this ain't got nothing to do with no lust for me. Okay, I'm just making a point and validating it. Okay. All right. So again, now there's Hebraic festivals. Hebraic festivals. It says here, their festivals are feasts, and religious rites have also a great resemblance to those of the Hebrews. It will be necessary to take a short view of the principles of the so-called Jewish feast, and etc. They kept they kept every year a sacred feast called the Passover in memory of their deliverance from Egypt. All right, bondage for 7 days were appointed. To those that they added in light that a religious principle, right, to clear their houses of all leaven and to fix their minds before they entered on that religious duty. The name of this festival is derived from a word which signifies to pass over. Why is they, brother? Why are they doing this? Why are they doing this? And we see these things in these Hebraic customs. So it's not something in my mind that I'm making up. It's not any type of convoluted scriptures that I'm trying to use to fit this narrative. Now, you made a statement about these people following or having the practice of the Roman Catholic Church. So now, does the Bible say that we would worship gods of wood and stone? That's a question.
It sure does.
So why is it something of surprise that our people in the Americas would be practicing the religion of their slave masters? There's no doubt.
Is that a question, dude?
No.
I can't tell when you're asking questions.
No.
You gotta fix the way you communicate. You can't say why, how, what, answer this, brother, answer this, and then be looking at me like that's a question that time.
I'll let you know.
Go ahead, man.
Yeah,
All right.
So what I'm saying is that when you go through the whole book of Hosea, man, when you start at from the 7th verse to the 13th verse, it lets you know about the practices of our people, right? And it talks about, like we were in Genesis chapter 49, and it talked about instruments of cruelty in their habitation. And then we're looking at the people of so-called Haiti, and we look at the people of Haiti, and we see something similar within their practices, that these people in voodoo sacrifice particular animals, lambs, sheep, goats, chickens, right? They are doing it on the left-hand side, you understand? They're doing it on the left-hand side, but yet they are resembling their forefathers because that was the practice of the Levites. And when you say the Levites were the closest thing unto the Most High, and the Bible says that the last shall be the last shall be first, and the first shall be last within the nation of Israel. And we go and we look at the economic situation in Haiti and come to find out they are the poorest people in the Western Hemisphere. Is this coincidence that these people are practicing, are showing resemblance to the Levitical practices and the priesthood? Is it a far-fetched to think that these are the same people of the ancient people of
30 seconds, go ahead.
All right, and these are connected to the ancient people of the Bible. Looking at their practices, read the book of Hosea, and you see that our people follow these particular these cultural expressions, which can be seen in the Western Hemisphere. All I want you to do is think about these things, and everyone watching, they can and examine these things and find out why are we seeing these historical practices practiced on this side of the world if their forefathers came from Europe, if they came from Russia, if they came from other sources. Why are these people practicing these religious rites? That's it.
All right, that's what's up, bro.
All right, cool.
Your fourth 15-minute round is up. Hey man, I'm kind of liking this, man. You know, we're gonna let y'all keep rolling.
Okay. All right, can I respond to his
bro, it's your 15-minute round. Do what you do, bro.
Okay, all right. All right, Tudor, I understand your position. Let's go over that. All right. Now, first, I'll hold up this. This is because he held up a book with this guy, Adair, you know, whatever, this white historian guy or whatnot. But this is a book called Hebrewisms of West Africa, right here. Have you read this book before?
You're asking me, have I read it before?
Or viewed anything from it? Yeah, Kane.
Yes, sir, absolutely.
So you have seen many accounts of various tribes of West Africa, all over West Africa, practicing those very customs you're talking about, right?
Absolutely.
Cool.
And
all
I
right.
agree.
Cool.
I
Okay.
agree. I agree that those people.
Let me finish.
No, brother. All I'm saying is I agree that some of the northern tribes are in Africa. I agree, brother.
I still got another question for you here. So the Jews who are in Palestine right now, do they do all that stuff? Do they have all those customs?
The Jews in Palestine that's claiming to be Jews?
No, they are Jews. They made the word up. They're Jews. They mean, it's their word. My people were never called Jews. But anyway, I'm just asking the question. The people who are in Palestine, those Khazars, Edomites, whatever you want to call them, those people, are they Yashar?
Let me make this clear. Hell no.
Okay.
Right.
Okay, cool. But they have all those customs. So I have a book here. You presented one author, you know what I'm saying? You presented a witness that viewed a tribe. You know what I'm saying? And you said the book was written in the 1800s. The guy died in 1783. You know what I'm saying? So it was written after he died, but I'm not even going into all of that. As I said, this white guy who wrote that, or whoever wrote that or whatever, this was a part of the manifest destiny. Like I said, all the way up until about 1830, where Joseph Smith formalized into the Mormon doctrine, where they had all these people that were here already, the indigenous people. They were the bad Yashar, the northern kingdom, and the southern kingdom was coming in and taking it from them. In a way, they were true in that the southern kingdom was there because of, you know, the blacks that were there, but it had nothing to do with that. As for how could they be the same people as the people from Russia or whatever have you, look at Siberia in the distance that's there, how far it is over there. People don't understand. This when Sarah Palin made that stupid joke, I see Russia from my backyard. People didn't understand what she meant. If you get a high enough power scope, you can indeed see Russia. You can. I mean, that's just the reality of it. But the point I'm making is that the reason why they look like those people, yeah, right. The reason why they look like those people, cool. The reason why they sound like those people, the reason why they look like those people, they have the genetic makeup of those people, is because they're similar with those people. So you have no logical way of explaining how those people in Siberia are so closely related to Native Americans in America. You have no way of explaining that. None.
Yeah, I do.
Oh, you can do that at your own time. Well, if you do, well, I'm not going to let that cut in my time. I'll advise you to take your time.
You say I don't have no way, but I'm telling you I do.
Okay, you have no logical way. I've looked into it, but unless you whatever. But I'll let you do that.
God damn it! Are you gonna speak for me?
I got a real question for you. I got a real question for you. On your chart, the Negroes are Yehuda, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, cool. And the black tribes are like you said, Haiti, and what's the other one again? What's the other black tribe? Jamaica. Yeah, the black tribe. Haiti and Jamaica. Those are the 3 black tribes on the 12 tribe chart, right?
All the tribes are people of color, brother.
I'm not arguing that they're all people of color. Yes, that's true. Sure, no doubt. What I'm asking is, are those the 3 black tribes on the chart?
Yes.
Okay, so that's the chart. Okay, why does it discount in the whole chart not account for Brazil and 30 million Negroes that are there?
Well, I don't know what chart you looking at, but on my chart, Brazil is on there. So I don't know what you're talking about.
Chart, okay, so who's Brazil in your chart?
Brazil is Judah.
Brazil is Judah on your chart.
Yeah.
But I just asked you if the 3 tribes were Judah, which was America, who you said was in America. Right? So you don't say Judah is in America?
Yes. Judah is in America.
Judah is in America and Judah is in South America?
Yes, Judah is in South America also. Yes.
So the vast majority of Judah is in South America then?
Yes, it's a lot of, yes.
The vast majority of them are in South America then, okay. All right. So last question here. Where's Dan on your chart?
Where's Dan at in Revelation chapter 7?
Dan in Revelation chapter 7 don't get a spot at 144, but Dan is going to be in Revelation 21. He's going to be one of the doors you got to go through. The 144,000 are a particular group. Danites lost that. They lost that respect. I can tell you where they are right now, but like I said, I don't want to take my time and go into all of that.
No, again, I told you opening up that the chart that's known by everyone as far as the Western Hemisphere, this is what we're dealing with. Okay, so it's not a chart for the 4 corners of the earth. It's a chart that's dealing with the people in the Western Hemisphere. What is wrong? What's wrong with that?
No. That's whatever. The chart that's dealing with the Western Hemisphere, okay? That chart that's dealing with the Western Hemisphere has nations that are on there that you can't account how they got here. If they're the Northern Kingdom, how'd they get here? You know you can't use Israel that we just went over because that was through the land clearly. There was no boats in there. You're going to have to add to the word. There was no deep sea voyage. How'd they get over here?
They traveled over the waters.
Over what? What scripturally? Are you not talking about the one I just
read? What you mean? That's in 2nd Ezra chapter 13. Are you serious?
Bro, no.
No, that's you. That's what you think. You're not gonna make me think that, brother. No. That's what you think.
No. Again, this is just like the thing with Zephaniah or Zephaniah. You can't turn this into this is your doctrine, brother. It's not mine. You can't turn this into what I think. We can only go by what the text says. Does that verse mention anything about any boats? Does it?
It says they travel over the waters. That's what it says.
No. Okay. Does it say they traveled over the waters, or did it say they passed over the waters?
Passed over. You want me to read it?
No. Hold on. I'll read it. I'll read it right now. I got it right here. I'll get it right here. It says, "For the Most High then showed the signs for them and held still the flood of the water. He held the Euphrates still until they passed over. He held the water still until they passed over the Euphrates."
Yeah, he held the water still until they passed
right. No,
over.
I'm gonna keep going. No, I'm gonna keep going.
No. That answers your question.
This is my time. I chilled on yours. Hold on. I asked a question. You answered, and I'm gonna keep going. Through that country, there was a great way to go. It didn't say over the ocean. It didn't say down into the Persian Gulf. It didn't say across the Ethiopian or the Atlantic Ocean. It said for through that country, there was a great way to go, namely a year and a half. They in the same region is called Ashereth. I showed you historical proof that Ashereth is in West Africa. The book tells you it don't mention nothing about no deep sea voyage. It don't mention nothing about no boats. That is you adding to that. You're adding to that. Without that, you have no way of them getting over here. And this has nothing to do with my interpretation versus your interpretation. That don't mention the boat. That don't mention crossing the ocean. All that mention is he held stood the water. What water? The Euphrates. It just told you about it. It held still the Euphrates until they passed over the Euphrates River. That's why they went into the narrow parts of the river. That's where you pass over.
That's according to your narrative, brother. You can't force your narrative on me. I don't agree with you, brother.
Don't agree with my narrative. I'm asking you straight up.
Hebrews. Y'all gotta keep, look, man, we gotta keep the order. I know, it's heating up a little bit. I'm enjoying the dialogue, man. We can have more like it. But look,
all right, no, I apologize. That's me. I'll calm down. That's me. I need to calm down. That's me. I apologize. Sleep.
Go ahead and do the thing, man. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. No, so Yirmiyahu, you keep saying that this is what I view, I see. Are there any boats mentioned in that text? Yes or no, Ak? I don't need your exegesis. It's a simple no. Okay, boom. Is there any deep sea voyage in that text?
Yes.
There's a deep sea voyage mentioned in that text?
Yeah.
What verse?
When they crossed over the waters and he held back the floods.
What water were they crossing over?
The Atlantic Ocean.
Wait a minute. Hold on. Go up 2 verses and it tells you what water they were crossing over. You full of it. That wasn't no Atlantic Ocean, Ak. Hold on. It tells you right here, verse 43. It says, and they entered into the Euphrates by the narrow places of the river. That ain't the Atlantic Ocean. That's the Euphrates.
Let me ask you a
No.
question.
No. You can ask me on yours.
Let me ask you a question.
You can ask me
does
on
the
yours.
Atlantic Ocean connect? Does the Atlantic Ocean connect to the ocean?
Ask me
Does the Atlantic Ocean connect to the oceans? Yes or no?
Hey, bro. It's turn to ask no questions, man.
It's my turn to ask questions, huh?
You're not gonna make me answer. You're not gonna make me answer according to what you think you want to make me answer.
No, give me your
answer. That's what you ain't gonna do.
Can you stop my time, please? I don't want my time wasted on this. On him bickering about whether he want to answer or not. I appreciate that. I don't want him. Yeah.
Bro, your mind gonna let you roll, but if you ask him a question, he naturally gonna respond.
I want him to answer. No, I want him to answer. But what I don't want. Okay. No, I want him to answer the question. What I don't want is exegesis. I ask simple yes or no questions. I just want him to answer my question.
But look, you already know everything ain't yes or no. So
no. I can respect everything ain't yes or no, but then he can do that in his time and expound on what he answered. When he asked me questions, go look at the clock. I just said yes or no. I said okay. I just went with it. Just answer his question.
That's a damn lie. That's a damn lie, brother.
You can rewind the tape. I'm not trying to get in this thing. I ain't calling you no lies. I ain't doing none of that. He all angry. He out of his spirit right now. I'm just going to calm down.
He broke. Both y'all, man. We'll go back to the tape.
I'm calm. I'm just reading. I'm calm. He got heated when he saw a verse that contradicted what he said.
And look, both of y'all are very passionate. It's understandable. I'm not against it. You feel me? Nobody has been disrespectful. Nobody has cussed anybody out or called anybody out of their name. There's nothing wrong with what's going on here. I'm saying if it's your time, go ahead.
Right. That's all I'm saying. All I ask Yirmiyahu, all I'm asking you, if the verse that it was talking about when I was asking about the water that was held, if it what it stood for. You said it was the Atlantic Ocean. I didn't put that in your mouth. Then I went up to verse 43 and I said, wait a minute. I read and I said, so this isn't the same water talking about the Euphrates? And then you got mad going off.
Is the Euphrates River connected to the Atlantic Ocean?
No.
Okay.
The Euphrates empties out. No, I answered your question. The Euphrates empties out into the Persian Gulf, which empties out into the Indian Ocean. You got to go around the south tip of Africa. Yeah, the Cape of Good Hope, and then go all the way back up across the Atlantic Ocean to get to the Euphrates. That ain't nowhere in none of them texts, Op. That's not written nowhere in there. And to say it's written in there is disingenuous at best, being generous, and it's an outright lie at worst, because it don't say nothing about that. And we, like I said, there's no need for us to even be mad at each other over this. This is not me You cannot put this on my version of this and me trying to make it say something. This is what the book say. You're saying something different.
Listen, you cannot construct a question to fit your narrative, and that's what you're doing. You're talking about being disingenuous. You're being disingenuous by trying to frame the question in the way that you're framing it. I do not agree. What are you talking about? You can't make me agree. I don't agree.
You don't have to agree with me. You don't have to agree. I'm sorry, you can unpause, my bad. You don't have to agree with me. But I'm going to ask my questions and what I want to ask. My question was valid questions. I asked you about Don. You don't know. I asked you about you. I answered. No. Okay, cool. I asked you about how the Northern Kingdom got here. You used this verse and talked about the Atlantic Ocean when it's talking about the Euphrates River. That's not true. What you saying ain't true.
It is true.
At all.
It is.
No, it's not. It's the Euphrates or not. It's 43 Euphrates or not.
Yeah, it is. So now,
okay. So then, for you to say it's Atlantic, hold up, man. You can't walk that back. For you to say it's the Atlantic after you know it's the Euphrates, you are being disingenuous at best.
First of all, the river comes down. It don't go into the Indian Persian Gulf. What you saying?
It goes into the Persian Gulf. Yes, it does.
Let me finish. Are you gonna ask me a question and let me finish, brother? Okay. You asking me a question. You asking me a question.
You asked me questions the whole time on your time that I couldn't answer.
Say whatever you want to say. You asked me a question. You asked me questions
the whole time on your time that I wasn't able to answer.
Let me answer because I let you answer.
No. I don't have to let you do anything. I'm going to generously do that for the discourse.
Don't ask me nothing.
You did the same thing. You did the exact same thing 50 times.
Bro, you're supposed to divide. You're supposed to be presenting this stuff, man. I know you ask him and he's gonna answer differently than how you expect he's gonna answer. So this presents your material. We got a question and rebuttal round coming up, y'all. That's coming up. Present what you got. That way it don't feel getting off track. That's all I'm saying. You feel me? We got
go ahead.
Jeremiah, take all the questions as rhetorical. It's rhetorical.
Right, because I mean, because what I'm saying is I went through the thing and he asked rhetorical questions the whole time. And I just sat there and I was cool with it. Now I'm asking rhetorical questions. Now it's a problem. Yeah, what is this? What do you?
No doubt. I feel what I'm saying.
I mean, come on.
I want to get through your presentation, right? And let Jeremiah, if he's asking certain questions, remember there's a question and rebuttal round coming up. Y'all can do all that back and forth.
Right. I just went through all I wanted to ask him specifically about was the Northern Kingdom, so I could finish making my point that there is no historical or scriptural basis for those people coming over here. None. None at all.
So you're saying
nothing.
Second Ezra 13 is misunderstood by those that believe
I'm saying people.
Indigenous.
That's exactly what I'm saying. I'm saying people have been misunderstanding this verse and misusing this verse for a long time to uphold this doctrine. And it don't stand if you actually take the time and read it and use geography and use history. I'm not giving just one source and one interpretation. I've given several. I've laid this up. I've showed up. I've showed what's name. You can ask it your time.
You got to go up.
It's not like
46 seconds.
Not your time.
Right, and then you can do whatever you want.
Go ahead and finish out.
Right. So my point is there's too many layers of the prophets that I gave, the three of them that explain where they are, and it don't mention them being anywhere over here. There's the historical accounts I gave from several sources that say that this was West Africa. There's the relief drawings of all of them and Semitic people in general that are all black and Negro. And then finally, there's no account of being able to, of having them coming over here. And that misquoted verse that people using over and over and over is foul, man. It is. It's beat. Even here, Mr. Joint says Euphrates. So if it say Euphrates, that can't mean the Atlantic Ocean. It didn't say you went across the water for a year.
They got to be 40 seconds right there.
No, go ahead. I'm good. I relinquish whatever I got left. You good? All
right. So here's a visual.
Hold on, let's get your time started, bro. Hold Hold on. Kubaya, you relinquish the mic. You have 15 seconds, man. You good?
Oh no, I went ahead and relinquished the mic. He can go ahead and have that.
Okay.
My point was well made. I had that. That's cool.
Both y'all have 4 15-minute rounds. It was supposed to be 4 15 minutes out the gate, but we're gonna go ahead and let y'all extend it. Y'all get 5 15-minute rounds apiece. All right. So Kubaya, you got another 15-minute round after Jeremiah get done with this one. Then we'll open it up for the y'all be able to do a quick 10-minute rebuttal.
Okay.
And then we'll open it up for questions from the worldwide family. Sound cool?
Come.
I just want to let brothers go ahead and get so Jeremiah, you start your 15-minute round right now. We're starting. Let's start.
All right. So the brother asked about the Euphrates River, right? And entering out, and I want to make a correction about how the Euphrates rivers run, because I'm looking at the map. So now, as I'm looking at the map, and I'm seeing how a boat could go from the Euphrates River to the Americas. So now, if you look, my apologies. If you look here, this is what I'm saying. Because the reason that things got a little muddy there is because the brother's trying to make me say something that I don't want to say. See? So when you're looking at this area here, where the Euphrates like I said, I want to make the correction in where it's dumping off into, like the brother said, and I'm acknowledging what the brother said, into this river here. But if you take this here and you go down, this is Africa right here. And this is nothing but water that's bringing us down to the bottom of Africa, which would allow us to sail over the waters. Now, one thing the brother did not do at all is he did not deal with James Adar at all. He didn't deal with it at all. You know why he didn't deal with it? Because this man has historical documents that talks about the customs of these people. He made mention of Hebrewism in Western Africa. I have that book. I read that book, and I agree. My problem is, here's the problem, brothers and sisters. I agree that our people is in Africa. Some of them, our people is in Africa. The problem is he's claiming that our people are not in the Americas. Now, here's another historical book. Okay? Here's another historical book called Mysteries of the Mexican Pyramids. Now, my question is, why in the hell are these people building pyramids? Now, I want to go into the Apocrypha here, and let's see if the children of Israel built pyramids. Let's see. Let's see. So now, this is First Maccabees chapter 13, verse 27. And it says, Simon also built a monument upon the sepulchre of his father and his brethren, and rose it aloft to the sight with how stones behind and before. Verse 28, moreover, he set up seven pyramids, one against another for his father. So we have biblical proof that our people built pyramids. We know, according to Exodus chapter 1, that our people are the ones that was responsible when the children of Israel was in Egypt for building Pharaoh's cities. So that means that we would have the foreknowledge of building pyramids. Now, you say, well, brother, pyramids are all over the world. Yes, they are all over the world. Just as the scripture says that the children of Israel would be scattered to the four corners. This is very simple. Why are these people practicing these customs in the Americas? Why are the Aztec building pyramids? Why are the so-called Native Americans calling on Yahweh? Why are they separating themselves from their wives after children are being born? Why are they celebrating the Passover? Why are there Hebrew writings in their burial sites? The brother again making mention of the appearance of them. I don't understand these brothers. Why are they so hell-bent on the appearance of these people? What is your problem? What is your problem? Why is your eyes evil towards your brother? I gave an example of Blake Griffith's father, and the brother didn't make mention of none of that. You know why? Because it is very simple within 2 generations for a child to have the entire appearance of another nation. But yet, that child is still of the lineage of the nation of Israel. When we're going into the practices of these people, this brother have not read these books. He read excerpts. He have not went into the history of these books. And he's arguing with me about the children of Israel on this side of the earth when we have the historical documents and proof. Now, when we look at Bartholomew de la Casa and we look at the horrible atrocities that happened to these people, the Bible makes mention of our children being dashed against the stone. Why are these things happening to these people here? Why? Okay? These things were prophesied to happen to the children of Israel. This is a man ripping a child in half, brothers and sisters. This is a woman who hung herself because she was trying to prevent the invasion of these people. Now, if we go to Deuteronomy chapter 28, brothers and sisters, it says, Deuteronomy chapter 28, and we look at these curses. And here's another thing too. He's talking about the Dominus Manifesto. If the white man is trying to rule the world, why would he try to prove that the people of the North, Central, and South America are Israelites? Why would he be trying to prove that when they don't have their second-class citizens? Okay, the so-called black man is the number one population in the prison industrial system. Who's number 2 in America? America is the number one. It's the number one place of the greatest incarceration on earth happens here in America. The number one populated is the so-called black man. Who's number 2? The so-called Mexican man. Okay, the so-called Mexican man is number 2. Okay, and so why is that? How is it beneficial to their narrative to say these people are the children of Israel, then inflict horrific treatment upon these people? How is it beneficial for them to say these people are the children of Israel, then come over here and utterly slaughter and murder them? How is it beneficial? The Bible says, Deuteronomy chapter 28, Deuteronomy 28 and 36. The Most High thy power shall bring thee in thy kindreds, which thou shalt set over thee, unto a nation which thou neither, which into a nation which neither thou nor thy fathers have known. So my question is, did the children of Israel know anything about Africa? At any point, did they know? Did not the children of Israel come out of Egypt? Isn't this a land that they are familiar with? Do you think that there has not been no exploration of the land of Africa? If they explored this land, they have knowledge of this land, irregardless if a population have been there. All you have to do is think about the state of Texas. The state of Texas is not covered with people living on it. There are certain parts of Texas that nobody lives on. But the question is, do we know about those lands? Of course we do. So the Bible says in Deuteronomy 28:36 that the Most High shall bring thee which neither thou nor thy fathers have known. The Lord shall bring thee and thy king, which thou shalt set over thee, unto a nation which neither thou nor thy fathers have known. What is this nation, man? Africa? What is this? Africa? Is this a place that we don't know of? Jeremiah 17:4, man. Jeremiah 17:4. And it reads, Jeremiah 17:4. Oh my goodness. Listen, stop calling me, man. Jeremiah 17:4. And it reads, and thou even thyself shall discontinue. He says, well, you go talk to these people and they don't know, they don't claim that they're from the nation of Israel. Of course not, because they have been what? Discontinued from thine heritage that I gave thee. And I will cause them to serve thine enemies in a land which thou knowest not. This is a direct quote about a land that these people don't know. How in the hell can you claim to be of the nation of Israel and not take hold to the things that has happened in this particular land, man? Okay? So we're looking at this thing from an objective. All right, so let me go back to the Lost Tribes in the Promised Land, page 364. All right? 364, Lost Tribes in the Promised Land. All right. So it says here. One second here. All right. So it says, a brief conversation ensued. A brief conversation then ensued in their common ancestral tongue, according to Montezunos, who in it is almost as perplexed to the reader of his nativity as is that of his third mysteries. New commoneers, they told him that they were themselves of the tribe of Reuben. Okay? They're of the tribe. They told them themselves. The brother said that they didn't know. Okay, if they don't know, then why are they saying they told they told Montezunos themselves that they are from the tribe of Reuben? and that the tribe of Joseph lives on an island nearby. The day when they were at last to ensure forth unto the world was coming soon. The last days of the world was soon coming soon. They explained, but in the meantime, they could not allow visitors to cross over to them, that they were willing to make an exception in the near future. However, on account of their need for education.
Hey, bro, Jeremiah, read that again, bro. Because nobody can hear you. They all in the chat. Boys like, damn, what is he saying? He need a reader. Read that again, bro.
You want me to read it, brother?
Oh yeah, read it for me, y'all.
Read that real quick.
All right, where we at?
He said he shared it in the Facebook. It's page 364. I just looked at it.
Okay, page 364. All right. I'm going to read it. I hope everybody can hear me. A brief conversation then ensued in their common ancestral tongue, according to Montezinos, whose fluency in it is almost as perplexing to the reader of his narrative as is that of his three mysterious new companions. They told him that they were themselves of the tribe of Reuben, and that the tribe of Joseph, which is Ephraim and Manasseh, lived on an island nearby. The day when they were at last to issue forth into the world was coming soon, they explained. But in the meantime, they could not allow visitors to cross over to them. They were willing to make an exception to the near future, however, an account of their need for education, for though they spoke Hebrew, read that again. For though they spoke Hebrew, they cannot read or write it. Would Montezino send them 12 bearded men to their teachers? He said he would. The four strangers returned to their canoe, paddled back across the river, and disappeared from the view. Francisco told Montezinos all he knew about these people from his own traditions. His ancestors, to their eternal shame, had indeed made war on them and persecuted them. Only the sorcerers of his tribe have perceived that they were a special people and have given warning that they should be left alone. The God of these children of Israel is the true God. They had said, and everything inscribed on their tablets is true. At the end of days, they will be lords of all the nations of the earth. One nation will come bringing many things to this land. And after we have all been provided for, these children of Israel will go forth from where they now are and reign over the whole earth as they once did. Final sentence. With this final flourish, Montezinos had turned his tale of the lost tribe into a bit of propaganda for the Dutch conquest of Brazil at the same time.
Right. So again, I shared with you all I shared with you all.
And hold on, let me say something real quick. For y'all that don't know, no, this is not, we don't want, if you ain't been here since the beginning, we done read, well, I've read for both of the brothers. I done read for Maya and my Akira Maya. Both of these brothers are my brothers. You understand? So the op sitting to my right simply was because they was on the chat group saying they was having a hard time hearing what Jeremiah was saying because of how he was reading. So I recall decided to read that paragraph for him. This is not a 3-on-1. You understand? This is about the information being presented. I done read for both the brothers. You feel me? So shout out to both you brothers. But go ahead, Op. You only got a few more seconds, and then
All right.
You just finished reading about the lost tribes in the promised land, the tribe of Reuben.
Right, and Joseph.
Right. So as we can see, again, the brother has stated that he has only read excerpts of these historical books, which I have. And so, again, the argument is not that some of the northern tribes may be in Africa. The argument is he's saying that the people of the North, Central, and South America are not Israelites at all. That's what he's saying. So what's up with this?
That's not what I'm saying.
I mean,
That's what I'm saying.
read your time, Jeremiah. Your time is up actually. So that was your fifth 15-minute round. It's on Op 2 by Ya, and then
Okay.
after that, it's gonna be a 10-minute round apiece for both of y'all to rebut the questions.
That's what's up.
We're gonna open it up for the worldwide fam. These questions,
No problem.
both of you brothers. All right.
All right. Yeah.
All right.
All right. So for I thought I was pretty clear before. The statement that he just made is not true. What I'm saying is that the Negro population, this is genetic. There is a particular haplotype. A haplotype is this is DNA. You have haplogroups, which are clusters of haplotypes. A haplotype is from a Y chromosome. This is the chromosome passed down from your father. It is passed from male to male, unbroken throughout time. It is your Y chromosome or your Y haplogroup. Your mitochondrial is basically of your mother's DNA. And your mother's important, you know what I'm saying? That's what you're basically going to be made of. But to determine who you are or what lineage you come from, you need a Y haplogroup. To determine what you're comprised of, you need a mitochondrial. That'll tell you what insertions or deletions were made into your DNA. It can't give you any ancestral information. So as to the point, I'll ask you, have you read this book? I haven't even finished reading it. I'm just going to use a passage. I just want to know if you read it or not.
No.
Okay, cool. This book is called When Rocks Cry Out. Somebody pass it to me. I've been reading it. I've been getting down, looking at it. Like I said, I read everything. But in here, it has Letters of Cortez, which I have actually read. And it cited a particular thing that I thought was interesting. The Aztecs tell you that they came across the water, according to Cortez. That's what he said, that they were black people, they were dark, or whatever that Cortez signified, and they came across the water from the east. But that isn't even my main point. My main point is you keep listening or talking about these pyramids. Pyramids is not a Yashra custom. It is a Kemetic custom. Building pyramids is not what we did. That is what Kham did. All over. That's what Kham does. Builds pyramids. And it's not even really Kham's custom. It was a custom given to him. But I'm not doubting that there was a pyramid built by us. Or even that Yahusha was talking about a capstone as a part of a pyramid. I'm not dismissing any of that. What I'm simply saying is that the building of pyramids all over for ritual purposes, is which all those were for, they were for calendrical or ritual purposes, were always, like I said, Kemetic. It's not something that Yashra all did. And you have not, like I said, all the tap dancing and whatnot, you have not addressed how they got here. You backpedal, you look back, you say, you know, whatever. But the Euphrates River, as I said, without a doubt. Don't do that to me. Now. Come on.
False statement, brother. That's false.
All right, well, you can address it on your term. We can address it on your term. I got you. I disagree, but okay, that's cool. So from my position, what I'm putting forth is that you have not reasonably addressed it. Your whole logic that the Euphrates, this is what you said, the Euphrates or the verse after 44 was talking about the Atlantic Ocean. It somehow meant they were going across the Atlantic Ocean. Hey, I shared some videos with you. I sent some emails to you. Did you get the emails I sent?
Yes, sir. You said you sent me some more emails out?
Yeah, I did. Can you just take a second and
let me see if I can. I told you I'm having, like I told you,
I had the same issue, but I wanted to show pictures so people could understand what's going on here, and so the confusion that's being stated and the misrepresentation of things.
That's what I can do. I can show it through my phone if I'm having problems. I'm having problems screen sharing now for some reason.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Email on my phone, and if you want, I can show it.
Yeah, please do, because I got no way of screen sharing my phone to listening. Right.
I got you, bro. Give me a second. Let me pull it up real quick.
So anyway, like I was saying, this Y-DNA, this haplogroup, all West Africans share. Everybody like in South Africa share. And he's saying, I didn't make reference to Blake Griffin or whatnot. I didn't see the relevance. Yeah, I know people can get lighter or whatnot. I'm talking about a whole nation. I'm not talking about one person, marrying outside the nation and getting lighter or whatever have you. I'm talking about a whole nation. Basically totally losing their haplotype, their genetic marker. This haplogroup is the same haplogroup that's all across West Africa, going down to the south, down to South Africa. It's in all the Caribbean blacks. It's in all the Brazilian and South American blacks, and it's in all the North American blacks. Guess who don't got it though? Native Americans, Hispanics. So while we use a witness from a guy who says that, yeah, that's what it is, you can find books, like I just said before, you can go read books where it tells you that they know for a fact that the Europeans are Yashar. That's why, if you really want to get to the nitty and gritty of this, if you really want to get down and learn things, what you have to do is you have to study history. It is more vital than anything else. If you don't know what happened historically and what is historically true, you have no way to be able to comprehend what's happening now and what will happen. And you have no way to be able to comprehend scripture. This is why he used that text talking about from out of sheep, and I'll read it real quick. It's from 49:13. This is Genesis. It reads, Zebulun dwells. This is the end times, like he says, right? Zebulun dwells at the seashore. He is for a haven for ships, and his border is until Sidon. Where is Sidon? Sidon is in Palestine. Sidon isn't in South America. That's what I showed the picture in the map of before, so that you can see where Zebulun was on the map, and you can see that it was the border was until Sidon. There's a river that goes right through it. It is a haven for ships. It is not on the Mediterranean Sea. That is not talking about being over in South America or whatever. And I'm not saying that the people in South America and all of that. I'm just saying that the people who have the E1B1A haplogroup, EM3, whatever you want to call it, that have the same haplogroup as West Africans, as the Africans in North America and through the Caribbean, they're all the same people. Anybody else outside of that are not the same people. When you get to Spaniards, they have R haplotypes. Those are European haplotypes. They originated in Europe. E1B1A originated in Palestine. Was you able to get the photos at all?
I got the photos of the Northern Kingdom going into captivity. You want to pull those?
Yeah, can you show that one? I want to display that one real quick, please.
I got you, bro.
This is important, but I want people to see.
Yeah, I got you right here. All right, this right here. Let me go ahead and pull this on up from Brock, right? My Hawk right here. As y'all can see, I actually got this picture in the book. Damn, you probably can't see this.
Nah, I can't really see it because of the glare.
Hold on one second. It'll clear up. The brothers are saying it'll clear up shortly. Hold on one second. I'll see if I can get it closer.
Yeah, my laptop.
Hold on.
Hey, can you pause my counter right quick so I can just email it to myself
Yeah.
and then try to show it on my laptop?
Yeah. Matter of fact, hold on. Yeah. Hold on.
Okay.
Pause. Go ahead and email it to yourself if you can, bro. I'm gonna keep trying to hold it.
All right.
Put it in the room. Yeah, I don't know what.
I don't know what happened with the screen share. Y'all forgive me. We were sharing actual files earlier, and when I go to the left, it's supposed to be some icons that pop up to share it. And it's just, you know what I'm saying? It's crazy. They say bright is supposed to be turned on. I got you, bro. I see that a little better. Let me see. I can't see that either.
Yeah,
It's a little bit. It's a little better. Hold on. I turned it down a little bit already. No, they ain't better see that, boy. That's that light right behind us. That's that light right behind us. But yeah, I mean, it's still bright as heck. That ain't gonna work either. Hold on. I know y'all see them nappy birds. What? Yo, what? Nah, they ain't better see that. That ain't gonna work out. Hold on one second. Bro gonna go ahead and send it to himself and then pull it up. Maybe on this one work better. Y'all forgive me.
I sent it to myself in my email so that
Yeah, forgive me, brother. I don't know what happened, man. Like
no, it's all good. It's not a thing. It happens. It happens.
Jeremiah shared something early, and I don't know what icon went. Like I didn't X out or anything either. It's just I can't share the files no more. Look like the icon I need to click on to share the file ain't even popping up.
Right. I'm not even getting this joint in my Okay, here we go. Oh, great. This joint wasn't getting no. Yeah, my attachments wasn't coming on the joint from my phone for some reason. I don't know why.
I don't know, man. Good point. Technology, man.
Yeah. Great.
You got your time, pause, bro. Take your time.
All right. So.
Send it to you. That's what you said.
So I want to tell me if you can see this right here. If this is visible. It looks good.
Yeah, I can see that.
All right. This is what I'm trying to show. That is the Euphrates right there. That line was the separation between Africa and Europe. I mean, Africa and Asia. Turkey or Asia Minor, there used to be natural borders. There wasn't lines drawn like we have today. So this is the first one I tried to send to you. I'm going to try to see if I can get the other ones emailed to myself if it even works. But this right here shows that you can see the Euphrates goes all the way down and empties into the Persian Gulf, just like I said, which he disagreed with. He said that wasn't true. He said, no, that's not true. But it is true. So just like about the kids,
and I gave you credit for that, brother. I came back.
Okay, I got you.
Saying that I didn't agree, and I'm telling you I did.
You did not initially. Then, if you're happy with that, that's good. All right, cool. Yeah. So he did not initially. I'm specifying you. He did not initially. I gave you credit for saying yeah, but you did not initially agree. Your knee-jerk reaction was no. And I'm showing you that that's it. And so the text that we reading, you clearly see the Euphrates empties into the Persian Gulf, and that goes into the Arabian Sea and into the Indian Ocean. And then in order for you to go all the way down and be able to get some deep sea voyage based off of that, that don't even make sense. This is what I'm talking about. That don't even make sense.
Make perfect sense to me.
And I respect that, but I'll allow the viewer to decide when they can look, when they get, it makes sense to anybody who I feel is ignorant to geography and ignorant to the text, because that text don't say nothing about going into no Persian Gulf. That text don't say nothing about going into no Arabian Sea, going all the way around the south tip of Africa. It says go through that country. It doesn't mention any water other than the Euphrates River that they passed over. That's the only water mentioned. You are adding to the text. It's just that simple. That's what y'all do. You add to the text. So yeah, it doesn't look like I can even get any of these joints. I don't think I can even. I got them in my phone, but I don't have them in my.
You can't
I don't have them on my laptop.
email them to yourself from your phone.
Can I what?
Can try to email them to yourself from your phone.
All right, give me 1 second? Give me 1 second to do that, please. I'm sorry, because I tried to do that recently.
I'll stop the time, bro. Go ahead.
I appreciate that. Just give me 1 second. I'll be quick.
Hey, and look, just to let the people know, take this opportunity, man, because the reason we put this platform together was so you all can get all the information from both sides of the aisle. You understand? Do your research on it. You feel me? Pray to the Most High about it. Meditate on it. You understand? And grow from it. You dig? But all information got to be out there before you can come to a righteous judgment. He that answereth a matter before he heareth it, it is shame and folly. And a lot of us are doing that. You know what I'm saying? We just answering. I don't believe that because of, whatever, instead of actually sitting down and really digging in, doing the research. Both these brothers here, man, seem as if they both are well versed and well researched. So we encourage that to the rest of the world. Why, family, the Bible has to tell you to do what? Study to show what? Your self-approval.
Self.
You know what I'm saying? Ain't about that because your whole crew believe this. No, study to show your self-approval, man. And whatever it is, you should be willing to sit in the hot seat. Take them fiery darts and questions. And get better off of it, man. Realize this Bible right here, none of us authored the Bible. This is not our research. This is not our information. All we doing is going back over or researching what men that have came before us have searched out. That's all you doing. So no reason to get all offended and getting personal and calling people out their names about something that you didn't offer. We get, as Israelites, we get in our feelings and be like, no, it's like, bro, look, you didn't author this. Nobody authored it. You understand? The truth originated and its foundation is in the heavens. And it came to man. You understand? So, take all the information down, man. Hopefully y'all been writing down the scriptures instead of arguing on the chat. I see a lot of arguing going on. Write down the scriptures, write down the books, get on Amazon. You spend money on drink and other things, spend you some money on some books and get some understanding, man. You understand? So that's all I wanted to say. My Aqua Bed basically said the same thing. Like, look, man, it's an opportunity for us to get all the information from both sides. Most of us are YouTube scholars, Facebook scholars, Google ain't a scholarship. Googleites, you dig? Really get down and really study this thing, man. And, bring your resources. And for real, everybody should have grew from this dialogue, right? You feel me? I done heard things on both sides. I had to refresh on it. I do say that. Okay.
Yeah, I'm having a problem getting this joint. Like, for some reason, it's not connecting to my email right now. I'm having the same issue or whatnot, and I can't like display the picture I was trying to show. But I did show the picture where the Persian Gulf is, and I showed from the text, like I said, that is no mention in there. And the whole reason why that text is so important, because that is the only scriptural link, concrete-wise, that they have to Native Americans being Yasha'al. Now, we can all pull out text. I can pull out, like I said, you can pull out books to say things. I can pull out, there's no doubt there are plenty of books. I'm not going to sit there and argue with you about what one book says versus another book says. This is why I stand alone on my three witnesses. My three witnesses all say Africa. He admitted himself that beyond the rivers of Cush is in Africa. Specifically, he said yes. So if Zephaniah is saying that's where that is, then you are going outside of what Zephaniah told you to disperse who at that time were the northern kingdom were. Yeshayahu or Isaiah, he plots them all out in Africa. They weren't right there at, the time of Zephaniah time, but at least that's where they went into captivity. So again, when you look at the Sanhedrin and the Talmud from 410 CE, so this is like maybe 200 years after Yahshua was removed from the place. Their records are speaking about where are the northern kingdoms. They said Sennacherib sent them across into Africa. So you have all of this stuff, like I said, over and over, witnesses of where this place is, Aseret. It's in Mauritania in West Africa. You have descriptions telling you that they went to West Africa from the Jews who have more historical information than you or I have. Let's just be honest. I'm not saying they're not lying. I'm not saying they don't, make up stuff and, distort things, but they also have truthful information. So I can't show the pictures or whatnot, but the point I'm making is that if you actually take the time, don't listen to me, don't listen to Ak, take the time, go out and go look at that map, look at the text and what it says, read those verses and see if that says anything about sailing down the Euphrates into the Persian Gulf, into the Arabian Sea, going around the south tip. And if it don't say that, then that means that you have no further connection to the land. There's no way for them to get there. There's none. No Native American tribes, there's no text where no Native American tribe ever says that they are Yahshua all. And if we talk about what some white guy wrote, and I'm not saying because he's wrong because he's white, I'm just saying, and this has nothing to do just with appearance. I'm just being honest about genetics or whatever. I'm not even going. Bob Marley wasn't black. He was a white man. His father was white. Right. So he had all a European ancestry. He's no more my nation than anybody else. But who's the girl? Mariah Carey, she looks white. But her father's black. She is E1B1A. That is how I'm determining this. And what I'm saying is the nation of Hispanics as a whole are European genetically. They're European historically. The Mexicans have no problem with their history. They know where they came from. They know exactly where they came from. They have plenty of records into it. They're not lost and confused. And this can't just be about people having fringes or people, having practices or whatnot, because if that were true, that would make the Jews Yahshua all. And we know the Jews, you already admitted, they're not Yahshua all. So this ain't about practices, it's about bloodlines. That's what it is. The Native Americans, Hispanics are not related to you. You're more closely related genetically to Kemetic people than you are to them, and to Jews than you are to them. That's the truth. Jews have a G and a J haplogroup. You're closer related to them than you are to a Hispanic person. Fact. So using genetics, using history, using scripture, the three witnesses that, as of yet, like I said, I let him do it in the rebuttal. We can go back and forth. He hasn't answered how that he can just change beyond the rivers of Cush or something else, whatever. He hasn't answered how he could just make it so that the northern kingdom are, just over here in North America or whatever reason. He hasn't answered any of that. All he's given me is his exegesis or his thoughts on the scripture. And I'm not bothering giving you my interpretations of prophecy or whatnot. I'm not really bothering with that. All I'm going with the specifics of what it says. They went there. They crossed over here. Water stopped there. That's all I'm talking about. I'm not talking about, I think it means this. And spiritually, I make a connection to this. You talk about people being poor in Haiti. Nobody is as poor as the people in the continent of Africa, bruh. That's just a fact. That's the problem with y'all. All y'all see is the Western world because you're Western-minded. That is Christianity. That's why doctrine is from the Mormons, a Christian group. And they didn't do it because it's like, how could they kill all those people? And they believed it. That's a part of their destiny. These were the wicked northern tribes.
Hey, brother. Don't get to her. insults, man. I'm not gonna stand for that.
30 seconds, bro. 30
Okay,
seconds.
you get the time. You get to sit up there and what's name? I mean, I sit up there and I stiff everything you said or whatever, man. Just relax, man.
No insults at
No,
you, bro.
all right, let me just get my. Can you stop my time so I get my last 30 seconds? And please, this nigga continuously just interrupts me nonstop, and I chill. Thank you. So
Go ahead and get your 30 seconds up, bro.
thank you. So what I'm saying is that when we sit up there and we go over this and we go over these texts and we go over all this or whatever, there's no answers for none of that other than what he particularly believes or what you believe. And there's a difference between what you believe and what is explicitly stated. We can argue about prophecies all day, but if the Jones say beyond the rivers of Cush, it means beyond the rivers of Cush. All right, you can have the rest of that. I'm good, man.
Yeah, man, because you're getting real disrespectful, brother. And I ain't all that old Western minded and all of that, man. I ain't said none of that. I'm a Hebrew Israelite, brother. Understand that, okay? And I
suffer from the same thing. I put myself in that same boat. So don't take that no personal off that. Like it's one thing. I got the same problem.
That means everybody on here is family then. That's all that means.
Right. I'm family. I deal with the same thing, bro. I'm dealing with the same level of coonery that I got to deal with. All right. So don't take that personal, like I'm taking a shot at you, that you what's name. I'm trying to lower my levels of coonery, like you trying to lower your levels of coonery. All I'm saying is that doctrine is Christian. That's it.
You did drop the N-bomb too towards the brother. You call him a nigga.
My problem, nigga means black to me. That doesn't mean the same connotation to me. So I take more offense to the word L-O-R-D than I do the nigga, but that's me. So my apologies, Shalika, if you took offense to that. That just means black to me. So I didn't mean anything other than black. I'm a nigga because I'm black. Negro, Simon, Shimon, not Shimon, but Shimon Bar Cleophas was called a nigga in scripture. Ain't nobody got a problem with that.
So look, so both of y'all had five 15-minute rounds apiece and a 5-minute opening round. This next, both of y'all have what's called a rebuttal round next. All right, Jeremiah, you up? You got 10 minutes, and then Kubaya, you got 10 minutes to rebut whatever he said, and then we're gonna open this thing up for questions from the crowd, man.
All right, so I got 10 minutes. So
you got 10 minutes. Hold on. Let's get you started. Hold on. You got 10 minutes starting now. Go ahead, Al.
All right, so Muhammad, I just sent you something, man. Can you read the photograph that I just sent you? Now, I want everybody to pay close attention, and I want to see how he's gonna wiggle out of this one. Okay?
It's the rebuttal. Don't forget this rebuttal round now.
Absolutely. He said continually, haplotype, DNA, haplotype. Okay, so here it is. I have a book called Hebrewism in Western Africa. Salaki. When Scotland was Jewish is the name of the book.
I got that one.
When Scotland was Jewish, okay? And so the brother's going to read an excerpt out of that dealing with the Stewart family.
You sent it. He asked me
when you sent it out. I don't see the prints. I'm gonna pause your time.
Yes, just scroll up.
All right. Let me scroll up.
11:23.
All right, hold on. Okay, got you. Okay, hold on 1 second. Let me put the time back. All right, cool. All right. Time ticking. I'm reading it. It says Stewart and Cardwell, the Stewart donor.
Hold on. Hey, brother, can I see your face real quick? I got to see your face on this one, brother.
Tubaya. Where you at, Tubaya?
You got to be talking.
I'm listening. I'm just not talking. I'm listening. I'm just not talking.
I just want you to pay close attention to what we're about to read. All right, I just want to see you. All right. After I read that, you can mute again. All right. So listen, read that nice and slow.
The Stewart donor scores much those of the Caldwell's donors in the second wave of immigration. So we now move to a discussion. Those Jews or crypto Jews who joined their co-religionists in Scotland after the 1300s, what we term the Caldwell Stewart haplotype is the most frequent male haplotype on record. It is widely distributed throughout Europe. In America, it occurs in most ethnic populations, including African American.
What haplotype is that? I'm sorry, I missed the word. What haplotype was it called?
You missed it? All right, so
I missed the name of the haplotype.
I'm gonna read the whole thing again, brother. I have to stop the time because you actually.
No, I don't need. Oh, I don't need the whole thing. I heard what you said. I just needed to hear the name of the haplotype. Is what it was called. That you said.
Read it again.
Okay, no problem. Go ahead.
All right. Stewart and Caldwell, the Stewart donors, scores much those of the Caldwell donors in the second wave of immigration. So we now move to a discussion. Those Jews or crypto Jews who joined their co-religionists in Scotland after 1300s, what we term the Caldwell-Stewart haplotype is the most frequent male haplotype on record. It is widely distributed throughout Europe. In America, it occurs in most ethnic populations, including African American and Hispanic.
Damn. This Jew haplotype occurs in most populations, including.
I still could not hear the actual. What's the name? What is the name? Haplotypes have numbers. What is the number of this haplotype?
It's the Jewish haplotype, brother.
The Cohen modal haplotype group. Is that what he's talking about? It's called a Cohen modal. It means a priest. Are you talking about the priest haplotype that the Jews use? Is that what you're talking about?
Brother, what I'm saying is, according to this book, when Scotland was Jewish, have you ever read that book?
When Scotland was Jewish? No, I don't think I read When Scotland Was Jewish. No.
Yeah. Do you believe King James was an Israelite?
Yes, I believe he was most likely Yashar. Yes. He was. I know he was Negro. His Charles the Black and all Charles Stewart, whatever. Yeah, I know. Yeah.
Okay, so we're talking about King James' last name was Stewart, brother.
Stewart means Star Wars. Yeah, I know. It means black. I know. I'm with you.
Okay.
Yes.
So it says that the haplotype, it says we term the Caldwell-Stewart haplotype. So it's the Caldwell-Stewart haplotype.
What I'm saying is, What I'm saying is, haplotype.
I cannot give you information that is not in the text.
No, this is the rebuttal phase. It's a rebuttal phase. It's cool.
It's my time.
All right. Well, I'm asking for specificity. What's the number of this? Telling me the name of a haplogroup that doesn't mean anything. I need to know the number of this haplogroup.
I cannot present information.
Hey, look, Jeremiah, you supposed to be Jeremiah. All you this round is for you to rebut what he said.
Right. And my rebuttal is he kept making statements about haplotype and DNA strand. So
you haven't listed one.
I'm giving you the
Kumbaya, you gotta let him rap, man. You know what I'm saying?
No problem. Go ahead. My bad. I was trying to.
What you said was truth. Haplotypes got numbers. You understand? Letters to them. So that problem.
That's all I'm asking for. Is the haplotype number?
Bro, I understand what you're saying. So what it is, maybe he need to go back into the chapter and find the actual numbers to it. You feel me?
Okay, right. It's probably a source for it. It's in there. Right, no problem. I'm just trying to. He wants me to be edified.
But trip off this. You saying what you're saying about the numbers is what you need to say in your rebuttal round. Like you should be like,
okay, no problem.
In your rebuttal round. All right, go ahead, bro.
Okay, so here the point is, brothers and sisters, for those that are listening, the man made a statement. It's my job to rebuttal the statement. Okay, the statement was that there's no evidence. This is what he's saying. There's no evidence of Mexicans, right? Mexicans having DNA strands or DNA haplotypes in conjunction with the African Americans. If you believe that the African Americans are Hebrew Israelites, according to the text, now again, if he want to go and take the time to research, listen, more power to you, brother. But you got to go look at the text. Again, it's another book in which he have not read. Okay? So here we go again. I'm showing evidence that according to the text that I'm reading, when Scotland was Jewish, it says that this Caldwell-Stewart haplotype. Now, if you want to go look up what is the Caldwell-Stewart haplotype, then you go right ahead. But according to the Caldwell-Stewart haplotype, right, or their pheno or their genome, this is found in most ethnic populations, including African Americans and Hispanics. That's a cold cut to all of that he was talking about. Now, if I could not produce this text, right? If I didn't have this text to produce it, then he would have a point. But since I'm able to rebuttal that, that's my job. That's what I'm here to do. So I come to the conclusion of my mindset, the way I come to it is because of the research that I have done. I ain't just pulling this out of nowhere, brothers and sisters. Okay? This brother's on here quoting the Talmud and all of these different texts that he's quoting from, and I'm using historical documents as well. So we can see that. One of the things that he have not dealt with was the information that we found in from Ronald Sanders, which gave a direct account of these people, them telling him themselves who they are. Also, within the book American Indians by James Adair, he went and sat amongst the Indians and seen their cultural and religious expressions and documented them. Okay? So you cannot try to pigeonhole me into making the Bible say what I wanted to say. I can't make the Bible say what I wanted to say. It's my job to look at the text and come to the determination of how are these people on this side of the world practicing the things of the ancient Hebrew Israelites. How do you make sense of that? These people, in order for them to express themselves, they have to express themselves according to their Hebrew, according to their customs and culture. Now, if brothers and sisters, if you believe in Genesis chapter 11, which speaks about Genesis chapter 11 speaks about the splitting of the tongues. So now he says that the people came through the Bering Strait. That's what he said. So if they came over here through the Bering Strait, and he says so if he says they came through the Bering Straits, that means they would be descended from the people whose language got changed at the Tower of Babel in Genesis chapter 11. Why would they bring over to the Americas language from during the time of 700 BC during the expulsion of the children of Israel, why would they be speaking the language over here in Hebrew customs? This is my final point, right? This is my final point. 1 second here. 1 second here. Stop my time. 1 second here. I'm grabbing a text really quickly. One second here. Stop my time. All right. So he says something about if they didn't come through the barren straits, I don't have no proof. And brother, let me ask you, because you had made the statement, and I don't want to misquote you. You there, brother?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm here. Yeah. You don't want to misquote me? What's up? Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah. You had said something about I can't prove something about the people coming over here.
Yes, I said you have no proof scripturally for all those millions of people, the whole 10 northern tribes coming over here. You have nothing. There's nothing historically or scripturally for the sheer amount of boats or any record of that huge, long voyage. You have nothing for that.
Okay.
You use Ezra's for. But I'm sorry. Go ahead. No.
You had made a statement about I know what you said. What you're saying now, I know that you said that. So that's not what I'm referring to. You have made another statement about the mixing. And forgive me, brothers and sisters. It's just that's why I try to chime in earlier, man. That's my apology. I should have wrote it down. So that's my apology.
Boy, anyway, them eyebrows and that forehead looking a little beady, brother. You all good, bro?
I'm trying to recite, because the brother had brought several points that I'm just trying to think about what the brother said. But anyway,
30 seconds, bro. Go ahead.
No problem. So my question to the brother, my final thing is that at the Tower of Babel, when the languages were split, do you agree that the languages were split? And if they were split, how do you explain that the people that came over to the Americas are speaking Hebrew in their burial sites, not only on the East Coast, but also in Central America, that these people are speaking ancient Hebrew?
Oh, okay. That's a question. All right. I guess it's going to roll into my rebuttal thing.
Yeah.
I'll answer that real quick.
Jeremiah, yeah, your time just ran out, bro. You all good? All right, so now it's your turn to rebut. And remember, this is the rebuttal round. So all y'all do is, you understand, he said this, but that don't make sense.
Is there another one after this or what?
It's a question and answer after this, man. Like, we gonna
open question and answer. Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, for the worldwide assembly, and then every question they ask is for each one of y'all. That's
right.
All right, go ahead.
Right. So, what was the question you specifically asked just then, or whatever? I want that. You can go ahead and take exactly what you asked. Just real briefly.
Yeah, no worries. if you would allow me to, I want to rephrase the question.
Of course, go ahead. Well, I just want you to, yeah, we're going for edification here. It's cool. However you want to phrase it, it's cool.
Okay, yeah, let me rephrase, because I had asked a question about the language and the split of the Tower of Babel, but I thought about a better question if you allow me to ask.
Okay, that's perfectly fine. No problem.
Okay, so the children of Israel, when they left, according to 2nd Ezra chapter 13, they left to keep the law, statutes, and commandments. Correct?
Correct.
Okay, so they're right over there in Africa, right? So according to you, they're right over in Africa. So during the time of the Babylonian invasion of the southern kingdoms, why at that time or any other time during the troubles of the southern kingdoms, why didn't the northern kingdoms come and help them?
Oh, okay, cool. No problem. I'll address that and then go into my rebuttal. The reason why the Northern Kingdom didn't help them because they were far across the rivers of the Congo. Like I said, they went far. They went far across. And this is what you were talking about where nobody dwelt. People never moved far away from water, okay? The first civilization after the flood was Mesopotamia. It was between the Euphrates and the Tigris, or the place between the waters, right? That makes up the Fertile Crescent, everything you see in the Levant, Saudi Arabia, Palestine, all that stuff over there. So everybody lived around there, and then they went to the Nile and the Nile Delta. So all humanity always lived around water, never went far away from water. Going across there and going further west into Africa by another 1,000 miles at least is going far away from water. That is places where nobody goes. There's no record of any civilization living there prior to Ghana going there, or prior to the Nigerians, I should say, going there in around 1,000 years before the first millennia, and then Ghana, and Mali and all that being built up in the 4th century or so. So what I'm saying is we have a historical track record. We know the first people in West Africa, that is, sub-Saharan Africans, were the people who we call Nigerians, living in the Bight of Biafra or the Bread Coast. Those people have their oral traditions that they came from Yashra'al. The next wave of people going to sub-Saharan Africa was in the 4th century, in the 300s, when Ghana was made up. Ghana means warrior kings. This was the southern kingdom. It was the kingdom of kings. It was Yehuda. That's what it was. They went over there and they started their thing. So that answers why they didn't come up to go help, because they were far enough away that there was no helping them. And the people that they called out for help, we have in the book of Maccabees, when they send out letters to the Lacedaemonians. If you check out 1 Maccabees, he writes a letter to his kinsmen, the Lacedaemonians. Those are the Danites. That's what they were. Those are the brothers who they kept the vigil for, who were never there, but they didn't forget them because they all had the same covenant. That's who those guys were. They lived across the Aegean Sea in the Mediterranean. They were the people who basically conquered Greece. That was the war between the Spartans or the Peloponnesian War or whatever have you. So this whole notion, I'll even address the question you had about the languages. Why are people still speaking languages? Again, you got to go to what the people saying. What do the Aztecs say they worshiped and why they built temples? The Aztecs and Mayans are the people who were in Mesoamerica, what you call Central America, okay? Why did they say that they built those big pyramids? For their deity, their power, called Quetzalcoatl. It meant the plumed serpent. America actually means land of the plumed serpent. Amaracapana. It means the land of the plumed serpent. It's not named after some Amerigo Vespucci. That's nonsense. That's a lie. Easily disproven through history. So what I'm saying is that this Quetzalcoatl was described by the Aztecs' power was a white man from the sea. He was a survivor of Atlantis. It was the same thing as the Mayans. They called it Kukulkan. Same thing. White man, blonde hair, blue eyes, tall, giant or whatnot, that came out of the sea and then taught them everything and taught them how to build everything. This is why the Aztecs folded. Why did the Aztecs crumble? They crumbled under their old weight. So you don't believe that they built all those megalithic structures, all that great calendrical systems and all this beauty, but didn't know how to farm? Come on. They crumbled. They crumbled because they polluted their land. They didn't know how to maintain it. They had forbidden knowledge. This speaks directly to why is it that there was any Hebrew used outside of the Phoenicians. Because I already explained the Phoenicians used the Canaanite script and were all over America. So there's many American or many artifacts you see in America that have Hebrew script on there because the Phoenicians were here and they said so. And as far as the Aztecs, the Mayans, and the Incas, and all them and whatnot, they were not. No, they were not Yasha'al. They never claimed to be Yasha'al. They never had any practices. None of their writings ever show it. Their calendar system was way different. Everything was different. Everything. And genetically, they do not fit Yasha'al. This is why I asked you specifically when you talked about this Caldwell Stewart. I'm not looking up anything. Because I asked you for the what's name, and you told me, let me just give you information. You give me the number. Haplotypes have numbers, okay? I can't tell you, look up Jamal Austin haplotype. That don't mean nothing. What haplogroup is that? Is it EM2? EM3? Is it E1B? What is it? If you don't know the haplotype or the haplotype, you can't possibly know the haplogroup. It's not just a name. Now, I do believe that, King James, was most likely black. His name was Stewart. Charles Stewart was black. I have no problem with that. I understand. I'm all on that. Sure. However, when you look at the Spaniards, the Mexicans, the Puerto Ricans, they have R1 haplogroups. It's a fact. Go. It's anywhere anyone wants to look at. And I'm gonna show exactly right here. I'm gonna show a haplogroup map. So because I keep saying it's haplo. I'm gonna show people what I'm talking about. So this right here is a map of haplogroups. Right there. This is a dispersal of haplogroups. This is science and simple genetics, and it all proves scripture. I don't accept any information. I have no problem reading books. No problem reading them. I haven't read all your books. You haven't read all my books. But most of my books are from historians and geographers. A lot of your books are from theologians and people, who are here got an agenda. I have an agenda, but it's only to put out what's technically true. This is Africa and the haplotype. This right here is West Africa. This is E1B1A. This is the Niger-Congo haplogroup. That's it. That's what it is. There's two big haplogroups here. E1B1A or EM3, the Niger-Congo, or you have E1B1B. That's Kemetic. This is J. These are the people who are the Persian and the Medes who are living in now, including the Yaphites. This is R1. This is Europeans. These are the Scandinavians, and you see it's in order. Let's look at it. As they go from you have the tree, Y DNA from Adam. This is the furthest it goes back. So A would be what we would consider Newark after the flood, right? B, D, D, E, C, F. There you go. So all of this are your haplotypes. This is why you look and you see C and D, the C and D haplotypes. That is Moab and Ammon, because they came before Yasha'al. E is Yasha'al. So when you're talking about the people who live in Mexico today or whatnot, and it's not even considering all that, you see the C haplotype is the same C, the same crossover. It's an Asiatic haplotype. These are genetics. Like I said, we're arguing simple genetics. I don't understand this. And you see it's clearly dispersing over there. The highest concentration of it is in Alaska. It's the same one that's in Siberia. Come on. And what you guys are saying happening, and since I don't have the other map, I'm going to use this map. This is what you're saying is happening with that passage in Ezra. They came down the Euphrates. They entered into the Persian Gulf right here. Then they sailed all the way around Africa and then came all the way up around and went to South Africa. That don't even make sense. That don't even remotely make sense. Not remotely. Anybody, like I said, if you take it seriously and just look at that chart, the 12 tribe chart, because that's what you came to defend. Maybe you have another chart, and I'm okay with you having another chart. But at the end of the day, anybody who's on that chart who are not from the Niger-Congo haplogroup is not Yasha'al. And then that doesn't mean that they can't become grafted in. That doesn't mean that they can't leave their nation and join Yasha'al and accept the same promises that are promised to Yasha'al as strangers, as foreigners grafted in. That just simply means that they just not the people. And when you again, like I said, rebuttal, you have yet to explain how Ezra 13 means that they came over here from the Middle East or whatever you want to call it.
Hallelujah, brothers. Hallelujah, bro.
Oh yeah.
Man, hey, look, let me say something. Man. Y'all into the worldwide family, man. Hey, I learned something from both sides today, actually, even if it was certain things that was brought out that I hadn't heard in a long time. You feel me? Both you brothers, man. Look, and let the nation know. You feel me? The Most High has raised up men like these brothers in these last days, man, that have dedicated their lives to studying the scriptures, studying history, and loving their people, man. You dig? So I wanna thank both you brothers for coming on here, man, and yeah, and bring y'all perspectives on what it is. You understand? Tubaya, me and you rap right before this. You feel me? We gonna
Yeah,
fall,
we did. Absolutely.
you know what I'm saying? We gonna fall
Yeah,
loud,
absolutely.
all good, and me and Jeremiah, we close brothers as well. But what we doing is we presenting a platform that's non-biased, not biased, but non-biased.
Right.
Regardless if I got a certain understanding or not. What I
Right.
wanted to do was allow information to be presented from both sides. You understand? And allow the people to take their notes, research for themselves. Because the Bible does say, "Study to show yourself approved," right? So, and that's what this allowed, man. And even though throughout this, even though you brothers in certain aspects believe a little something different, you understand? We all believe in the Torah, Yahweh, and we all believe in the following the flawless example of his son. So with that, regardless of what anybody got to say, that make us brothers, man. You feel me?
Absolutely.
So even after
Absolutely.
this, like I'm saying this, bro, I would love to have another dialogue, a cordial dialogue with you brothers behind this. There was a lot of great points brought out. If I could say something before we open it up for questions, I got over here. And if I'm short anywhere, y'all please forgive me.
Hey, real quick before you open it up for questions, really quick, man.
Jeremiah, hurry, y'all, hold on, come on. You can come on with that after. Let me explain myself, and then I'm gonna let you say what you gotta say, right? True about this. I got Jeremiah, and I got like on my screen, not on the screen, on my paper, I got like a T chart. I got Jeremiah on one side and my Atubaya on the other side. And if I missed anything, please forgive me. We can always relook at the upload. Jeremiah, you came out with Deuteronomy 28, several verses. Daniel 9, several verses. Deuteronomy 28, 45, another verse. All right, Matthew 10, 5 through 6. Genesis 49, 2nd Ezra 13. You brought a book out called Aztec and Mayans. You brought out Jeremiah 31, 6 through 8. Deuteronomy 33, 17. You brought out the mysteries of the Mexican pyramids. You brought out the American Indians. You brought out you brought out the Lost Tribes in the Promised Land by Ronald Sanders. The work by Bartholomew de la Casa, and also When Scotland Was Jewish. So the brother brought Deuteronomy 28, 63. That's the whole chapter, Deuteronomy 28. That's why I said Deuteronomy. All right, so just based off, you brought out 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 scriptures. I may have let a few slip past me. We're trying to, coordinate everything. You also brought out 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 books. All right, so what I'm saying is this time was not wasted. Okay, my Atubaya, you brought out Isaiah 11. All right, you brought out Josephus, book 11 of Antiquities. You brought out book 12, chapter 5. You brought out the Talmud, the Sanhedrin. You brought out Hosea 7, 1 through 8 to bag up him bringing out Hosea 7, 6 to 8. You brought out 2nd Ezra 13. He brought out 2nd Ezra 13 too as well. You brought out Ezekiel. You brought out Zephaniah. You brought up haplotypes. And you also brought out a book called Hebrewisms of West Africa, and also When Rocks Cry Out, another book. You feel me? So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, roughly 5 scriptures, but I believe you brought out a little bit more than that. You may have got past it. Also, book-wise, you brought out Josephus, you brought out the Talmud, and you brought out Hebrewisms of West Africa, and you brought out When Rocks Cry Out. But both you brothers brought out scriptures, both you brothers brought out sources. You understand? So for that, I'm very edified, and I'm very out for you brothers, man, because that right there was something that's well needed within this nation. Just because we disagree, y'all, don't mean we're enemies. How many of y'all argue with y'all regular natural family all the time and y'all still gotta get up? It happens all the time. You feel me?
Yeah.
So I don't want nobody to leave here thinking that Tobiah and Jeremiah are enemies. These brothers are not enemies, these brothers are brothers. Remember that and believe that, man. All right, so before we open up for questions, I think Jeremiah has something else he wanted to say. And to keep it fair, we're going to let Tobiah say one more thing too, and then we open up for questions. All right, go ahead.
All right, so the brother made a great and excellent point. He says he ain't looking up a damn thing. It's the burden of proof is upon me to bring the haplotype number from the Stewart family, and that's H1B1. So I looked it up, and so contained within that text that I brought forth out of when Scotland was Jewish, it says this is found in so-called Hispanics.
Let's say E1, H1 or E1. What is that?
They number haplotypes. They number haplotypes sometimes. They change the numbers depending on the mutation of the haplotype. So it's basically all under the same umbrella as E1B1A. It's exactly what he said.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Yeah, that's what it is. Now, what I'm saying is that what you have to now do is you have to go and find studies done, and this is what peer review information is about. I understand that is a book that you have read where this guy is saying something, but you have to find peer review study because they have done studies on Mexicans and on Puerto Ricans and on all Latino people. They've done genetic studies on them to see where they're from. See if the genetic studies prove what you say. Prove what it say. It doesn't say that. It shows exactly what I showed in the haplomap, which is no, absolutely, and I agree with it. I totally agree with it. I totally agree with it. I figured that he had to be, if he was Joshua All, he had to be E1B1A, but I just didn't know what a Caldwell haplogroup was. So yeah, but it's all love.
Yeah. All love, man. So look, both of y'all got a chance to
I'm good.
Last word. Y'all ready for these questions coming out this chat?
Absolutely.
Man,
Absolutely.
Let me say this, man. This was an excellent dialogue. This was an excellent I don't even call it debate.
Right.
Information coming out. And that's good for the nation. We as teachers.
I agree. Let me just interject one thing. I forgot to say one thing. I apologize. Salika, that book, When Rocks Cry Out, I'm not giving this book up for people to read. I'm not suggesting that. I brought that out because it was something that someone gave to me. I started looking at, and they were using the letters of Cortez, which I had read. And so I was just using that because I figured it was a part of what he believed that he might have read it and to support what I was saying. But I don't believe in what the author of that book is doing. So please take that off my list as books that I put for. All I did was do Josephus, the Apocrypha, and the 66 Canon. That's it.
Okay.
We don't agree with
you did bring up the Talmud.
Yeah. No. I not only use the Talmud, but I also use I'm not giving that as support. What I'm saying for people, just like I use this book for a source. I'm not giving it as something I'm saying people to go read. I just sourced it just to say, look at this. He's telling people to go read those books, and I think they should. I'm not supporting reading the Talmud or When Rocks Cry Out. That's what I'm saying.
That's good. Hey, that's a great way to clear up what you're saying, because
I know. That's why I want people to understand what I'm saying. Yeah. I'm not suggesting anybody read that Talmud. There's nothing in there I think of any value. That only point was just to illustrate that people from the 5th century knew exactly what Sennacherib sent the Northern Kingdom. It was in Africa.
Yeah. Let me say something too, man. I spoke with you briefly, Desmond. What's your even name, brother? I'm sorry.
Tobiah.
Yeah.
All right, man. You know what I'm saying? I enjoyed the dialogue, brother. You know what I'm saying? You brought out some good stuff, you know what I'm saying? And my Jeremiah, I know him personally, you know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? He took the challenge, man, you know what I'm saying, without no regards, like he's a soldier. And you have always been ready to make it, you know what I'm saying, make this thing happen. So big up to you, man, and Jeremiah for.
Hey, let me read something right here. Let me read something right here from a sister named Larice Clark. He said they both had very good points. I'm proud and impressed by the both of these brothers. Good job in representing the Most High Yah. So all praise.
Appreciate it.
So look, this is what I'm gonna do. All right, so for the worldwide family listening, questions, and I'm gonna take them in the order that they come.
Okay.
Ask your question and then say who you're directing it towards. All right, let's get these questions. I'm gonna let these brothers take about 5 questions apiece.
Sure.
About 5 questions apiece. If y'all think that's cool, is that cool with you, brother?
That's perfectly fine with me. I can't.
Okay.
I don't be mad at my brother Malachi for cutting.
I'm not, bro. My bad. You talk. My bad. I know I cut you off, bro.
It's nice to be on.
My bad, brother. My bad, bro. Please forgive me, brother. I didn't know. I mean, it's all sometimes. Please forgive me. Go ahead, bro. My bad, bro.
All praise, man. Listen, man. It's all good, man. That brothers come together and do something like this. This is what I was talking about for years, and this brother was talking about for years, man. And we was able to make it happen a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Appreciate you.
In order the whole 9, man, and just make everybody sharp. You see what I'm saying? So, it's all good, man. Most God bless, man. Let's see what the people out there got to say. You know what I'm saying? Because a lot of people out there were saying some things. You know what I mean? Like Mally said, we all have our own biases. You know what I'm saying? Whatever. You know what I mean?
Everybody does.
About what was going on with y'all brothers right now, battling. You know what I'm saying? And just make. I don't know, man. I'm gonna have to get in the ring, man. Let's go.
Yeah, he gonna get in the ring. I'm telling you, man.
I'm gonna have to get up in the ring, man. But I'm about to get in the ring.
I'm moderating, man. I already is clear what my job is. To get these brothers together.
I'm willing to discourse about anything.
No doubt.
I'm willing to discourse with my people.
Like we do around here in St. Louis with the brothers I brought. We actually do this all the time amongst each other. We always do this, you know what I'm saying? So my whole thing was the most I put on me to get brothers from different schools of thought to dialogue in front of everybody about, you know what I'm saying, what it is they believe, man. Bring all the information, let the people pray and meditate and allow the Most High to bring them to an understanding. You feel me?
The coach, Lanny, back what he said, man. Like, everybody know the hype, whatever, between, or whatever. But like he said, man, the no fly zone, man. You know what I'm saying? My first 2 months, my throat was hoarse, man. Hoarse every day.
We argue every day over there.
Every day, hoarse, man. You know what I'm saying? Going in, battling, and all that. You know what I'm saying? So don't think that, you know what I'm saying, cats don't be going in. You know what I'm saying? We don't win it so much, like we chilling. You know what I mean? But bro, we hit everybody that come to the door. You know what I'm saying? So it is what it is. You know what I'm saying? We don't battle so much that like, hey man, we already know where you at. I'm at this, that, the third, the whole 9. And we start seeing that we agree on a lot of things versus what we don't agree on. You see what I'm saying? So we all learn, you know what I'm saying, each other. That's why we learn how to fellowship with each other and build as brothers so we can sit down and really have a conversation. It don't have to really be on no live or no YouTube. You see what I'm saying? It be brothers, you know what I mean? By where we at. You see what I'm saying? So all praise and glory to the Most High, man. You know what I mean? I'm learning. I'm still, regardless. Understand that.
No doubt. Okay, so the first question is from YouTube profile Israelite Conversations, right? He said, my question is for both brothers. Using 2 boxers, Canelo Alvarez and Andre Ward, what makes one Israelite over the other? Jeremiah, answer first, and then my Atu, come on with your response.
Can you rephrase the question? I didn't hear you.
Yeah, Israelite Conversation asks, my question is for both brothers. Using 2 boxers, 2 professional boxers, Canelo Alvarez and Andre Ward, what makes one a Hebrew Israelite over the other?
Well, you going first? You taking it first?
Now go ahead, brother.
Okay. All right. I know Andre Ward from DC. I remember him. I believe I've seen his parents, and I believe from what I can just tell off face value that he looks Yashar all. What I will say is, to get to the point, I don't just base it off of what someone looks like, a phenotype. You know what I'm saying? How dark they're, whatever. It's off of where's their ancestry tied to. So Canelo Alvarez, for example, is Latino, but he has red hair, right? I believe he has probably some Roman or maybe some Edomite blood in him, you know, with the red. I don't know. I don't really know his haplotype or his haplogroup. So what I would answer the question is, I would base it off of the haplogroup they're a part of and what their ancestry was, not just off of what two individual boxes look like. That's why I used Mariah Carey and Bob Marley as an example, because one is clearly black looking, one is clearly white looking, but one is Yashar all and the other isn't, and it's not who you would think it is.
Jeremiah.
I hope that answer suffices. That's my answer to that question.
All right. So in regards to appearance, it's a difficult thing. I use the example of Blake Griffin, because Blake Griffin's father was a dark-skinned Israelite. Then his father married a white woman. Then now Blake Griffin is a very light-skinned brother. But then Blake Griffin married a white woman. And so now we're following the line of the father. We're not following the lines as it start to break off. For instance, let's say Blake Griffin had a daughter, and then his daughter married a white man. Now the seed is changed because you inserted. Right. You understand? So I'm following the father's line. So since Blake Griffin's son had a son, and his son has blonde hair and blue eyes. Now let's say his son marry a white woman, and then imagine what the child is going to look like then. You understand? So he's going to be all the way. You're going to think this guy's a white man, but really it goes back unto his father on his father's side, following the man. It goes back, and actually he's an Israelite. So we have to take that in consideration when we are talking about haplotypes or the appearance of our people. We can't just disregard somewhere where, well, brother, you ain't got nappy hair, or brother, you know, your skin's not dark enough, or this, that, and the third. We can't really rely on that so much. We have to dive off in and ask about the person's their historical lineage. You have to go in and go through the father to have an understanding. And also in conjunction with that, according to Deuteronomy chapter 28, verse 45 and 46, it tells us that these curses shall follow our people. It will be upon us for a sign. So we also have to look at the conditions of our people and the things that they go through as also an identification mark. So you have to have a little bit of information about the individual that you're asking about.
Okay, both of y'all response on that. All praises, all praises. Next question.
Oh, yeah.
Next question is from Warrior of Yah. All right. This is question. Y'all don't laugh. It's a question. But he say, if the Assyrian Empire is located in the Eastern Hemisphere, why will the king of Assyria take his captives to the Western Hemisphere? Jeremiah, you up first, brother.
Well, when you go and you look at the text, 2nd Ezra chapter 13, it never said that the Assyrian king would take the Israelites anywhere. The Israelites came to the conclusion amongst themselves. It was not the king who said, okay, we're going to take you out of Western Africa. It was the Israelites themselves who decided to go to a further country which never mankind dwelt.
All right, so that's me now. Oh, yeah. Is it both of us or just him?
No, it's on you, bro.
Oh, okay. I would say that that's a totally valid point. You know, if you're looking at the world as a sphere, you know, fine. Why would people? Let's go with what Yirmiyahu says. Let's say Sennacherib did not physically escort them or take them anywhere, and he just sent them, as I showed in Josephus, how he exported them out of there and imported in Cuthians, right? I showed that through the text, right? That was a document that I showed. So the bigger question I would have, or I know it's not a question point, but I would agree, but I would just add on to that. Let's follow what he just said. Let's remove Sennacherib doing anything. Why would a people from the Eastern Hemisphere travel to the Western Hemisphere? And why would it not be documented that a whole mass exodus of the whole 10 tribes from the Northern Kingdom left? And again, that verse, I'm not trying to harp back on it, but that verse don't say nothing about it. So I think that is an excellent question, and I think it cuts to the heart of the matter. Is geography. It just don't make sense to me.
Okay, no doubt. That was question.
Let me add this really quickly too, because if let me just add this. Do you think that Africa was explored before the children of Israel went there? I mean, by other nations. Like, we know that Ham is in Africa, Libya, which is put, the Ethiopians, which are Cushites, and etc. Do you believe that those parts of Africa was explored?
Yes, those parts of Africa was explored. However, that goes all the way up to the Nile. Look at, Ethiopia and all this stuff. Everything you just named is along the Nile and going around Horn of Africa. All that is where people dwelt at. Nobody dwelt beyond the rivers of Cush, which is the Congo, the Niger, the Niger River, the Congo River. Nobody went beyond that. Nobody lived beyond that. So Yasha'al was the first to go there. The Northern Kingdom was the first to go there and set up roots there and set their foundation. This started the Bantu explosion into Africa.
So no one explored that? Are you saying? So you're saying no one explored beyond Congo?
I'm saying no one explored that part of the continent. Everybody else was in their respective countries. Ethiopia, which is Kush, everything along the Nile River, all those, all of Nubia and all that stuff. It was always around water. All of it was around water. Nobody went into West Africa. There's no historical record of anyone being in sub-Saharan West Africa before the Bantu migration. No one. Okay,
so you know about the occupation of Africanus. Africanus sent explorers into those Western
Leo Africanus? Leo Africanus, a historian? Yeah, I know him. What's up?
No, I'm saying they sent explorers into those regions. We know there was people at that time.
I'm sorry, not to cut you off, but look at the time frame of Leo Africanus. That is hugely important. Leo Africanus was like 800 years after all of this.
Yeah,
so
the importance of explorers.
Right.
The importance of
people explored, and Leo Africanus attested that people explored. What I'm saying is no one explored that part of West Africa, which is beyond the rivers of Kush or the Ethiopian rivers, the Niger, the Niger, the Congo, whatever. Nobody explored that prior to the Northern Kingdom settling there almost 3,000 years ago now. Nobody did, and there's no record of anybody doing that. None at all.
Okay.
I'm gonna call you tomorrow and bring the records.
Call me anytime. My number's open.
Hey,
call me anytime.
A question they want to know is, what's your YouTube channel? Matter of fact,
my YouTube channel is.
Hold on. Both of y'all give y'all social media contact.
Okay.
Everybody can get in contact with y'all. But y'all go first, and then Jeremiah get yours.
All right, no problem. I'm Tobiah at I'm just Tobiah on YouTube. It's spelled TOBI apostrophe YAH on YouTube. I've got like maybe half a dozen videos, maybe 7 videos or so. And on Facebook, you can find me at Damon Alston. That's my government, my slave name. And that's the same one that I have on. No, I think I'm Abner 007 on my Instagram. But if you find me on YouTube, you can connect me to all of it anytime.
Okay. What about Jeremiah? Where you at?
All right, so I'm a servant of the House of the Redeemed Servant, located out of Oklahoma City. Our YouTube page is Yah World 777. That's YAHWORLD 777. All right. Our Facebook page is HORS, stands for the House of the Redeemed Servant. It's HORS Jacob, YAAYAA COB. And you also can find me on Instagram at Jeremiah. Please say the Yah. YIRMEYAH. Please say the Yah.
All right, and just Israelite Conversations, the brother that asked about Andre Ward and Canelo Alvarez, he posted a comment that said Andre Ward's father is actually a so-called white man.
Well, there you go. Like I said, you can't judge it off of just by appearances. I don't make my judgments based off of that. I make them off of genetics. I make them off of history. I make them off of, tradition is a part of it, but you can't just use tradition because there are people who are not our nation who have our traditions right now. And we know that they're not Yashar. So it can't just be traditions. And this goes for people in West Africa too. I'm just saying it. Yeah, this goes for everybody. What I'm saying though, if they share the genetic bond with you, then they are your nation.
All right. Good deal. Thus far, it's common boy lighting up, man. Jeremiah, I don't know if you knew that Andre Ward's father was an Edomite, man.
I didn't know. That was information right there.
I didn't know either. Shit, I like Andre Ward. Boy, he put him hands, brother. You know what I'm saying? But for y'all that don't know, there's a lot of that going on out here. A lot of these so-called famous actors, a lot of these got white fathers or her fathers. You never believe it. Right. You never believe it. See all those people here?
Oh, I didn't know about Keisha Cole.
Elon. Yeah. Keisha Cole father spoke to Esau.
I didn't know about her.
Yeah.
I knew about Frederick Douglass. Yeah.
This woman here, right? Look, you see Kamora Lee, right? She looks like she from St. Louis.
Oh, I knew she was Japanese. Yeah. I knew she was Japanese.
Oh, she's Israelite. Yeah, her father.
Oh, her father? I thought her daddy was Japanese. Oh, okay.
Hey, they from St. Louis, they from my city.
Got you.
Yeah. You see what I'm saying? Look at the picture of Israel. She got the bomb and all that. Her father's Esau, Jewish.
Yeah.
Esau.
Hey, that begs the point. That begs the point. We can't look.
Esau, not Eartha Kitt. Eartha Kitt, Esau, father's Irish. There's a stranger in my house, Tamaya, Esau. Aaliyah, the girl from Chile, from POC. Her father's Arab, Ishmael. W.E. Du Bois, Esau. Look at Hillary from Fresh Prince over there. Hillary from Fresh Prince.
Hey, I just want to point out right quick. I just want to point out something right quick. The people, what I showed from the text, the people who we see over in the Middle East are not Arabs. They're not ethnically Arabs. They're Muslims by faith, but they're not Arabs by descent, because they would have to stem from the seed of Abraham. Abraham was a black man.
No doubt. Right.
Yeah.
About this, bro. I would love to have you on again. We can discuss that too. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Absolutely.
Because trip off this, I know y'all both realize, man, in Israel, there's so many understandings and doctrines, man. And that's why I wanted to put this platform together. Just to go ahead and put it on out there for all the information. You understand? So brothers and sisters come to a righteous understanding. But when matter of fact, I first showed me that board, it was like 5 people on that board. I was like, dang.
Had no idea. No idea.
So that lets you know when we get into Romans, the 8th chapter, when it says, your spirit and our spirit bear witness that we are the children of the Most High. We are the sons of the living power. You feel me?
It can't be based on phenotypes.
Okay.
This information, I got this in 2013. There's a website, if it's still up, called mixedfolks.com. And all of them artists was given their own testimonies about who their parents were. Their own testimonies. So this is the problem with me. This needs to speak. When people are judging based off the complexion, then it's the same scenario as before I heard the truth about Africa. Everybody that's dark skinned is African. It's no different now to me right now in Israel. I'm dark, then that means I'm automatically Israelite. So if anybody is dark skinned, they're Israelite. That is ridiculous, because if I can show you my children right now, I can show you my daughter. I'm gonna show you my daughter. I'm gonna show y'all my daughter right now. You gonna tell me my daughter is not Israelite, right? Where my baby at? Where's my baby just was born? Yeah, just born. You got the picture? Beautiful little baby. Right? You got the picture of the baby? You want that? Okay, let me get it right now, right? I'm going off, right? So you're gonna tell me this ain't my baby? Hold on.
We can't even see that.
I'm gonna stop it.
I can see it a little bit now. Yeah, I can see it. I can see it. Yeah.
It's not my daughter?
Yeah, Kane, it's your daughter.
Yeah, it's my seed. Hold on.
Yeah. Kane.
That's my seed. Let me tell you. Her father is the same complexion as me. Now her mother's father is the same complexion as me. Her mother is supposedly Gad or Esau, right?
Right.
You understand? So now I lay with her, and my baby comes out like
right.
Yeah.
Okay. Now I have a son that's 7 years old. Me and her mother is the same complexion. She's a light on this complexion.
Right.
And my son and her is the same complexion. If I put a picture of both of them, you would think they might be the same babies from their baby. Right. So if my thing is this, if we gonna base it.
Yeah, I don't base it off of. Yeah, I probably didn't. I probably didn't make that clear.
Because now
I'm not sure we made that clear.
Children are evil.
Right.
Yeah. That's the problem with this. This is the problem with that, because I'm the father.
Right.
I'm dark as well. Why am I children like that?
And please allow me 10 seconds just to explain that my position on here has never been that if you have to be a certain phenotype or skin shape to be Yashra all. You could be totally light, you could be dark. It could be one of those things. Any one of them, it don't really matter. Yashra all comes in a wide spectrum of colors. I don't believe that you have to be jet black, or if you don't pass a certain color test, that you are now no longer qualified to be considered Yashra all. Again, all I'm basing things off of is geography, history, and genetics, and whatever that may be. And when we talk about people like Blake Griffin, which is a great example, right? Like you said, he has a son now who looks white, but is obviously still Yashra all. See, he is an exception and not the rule overall, though, because typically what you will have happen in situations like that is the people will marry back into their own nation. Blake Griffin is wealthy. He travels in, affluent circles. You know what I'm saying? That's just how it is. You know what I mean? Most of those athletes who go to school, they wind up traveling those affluent circles, which is why a lot of those Beckys or those Bettys, they like to attach to them because they see money. attached to that. They see a meal ticket off of talented Yashar Ali men. So what I'm saying is, what is the standard norm is people, if that happens, you go outside your nation, your children's gonna turn around because the only thing that's gonna be left to them is black. You're gonna turn around and then marry back in black anyway, unless you have options of white, and then you could do that. We've only legally been marrying and having sex with white people for like 50 years, legally. So all the rape and all that stuff, like you see with people with the name Washington and Jefferson, you can't find white people with them names because black people have taken them names. And over the years, while they were their children initially, they wanted to marry them back into their own nation and pretty much didn't really move their haplotype. Black people have been stuck at about 45 million people in this country since the abortion came in, Planned Parenthood.
Okay, I feel y'all. Okay, next question is from Monique YD. My question is, how did it take the 10 tribes a year and a half to reach the USA? Jeremiah.
How did it take them a year and a half to reach the USA?
Yeah. And then I got a question for Tubaya after that. A response from another brother.
Well, you have to take in consideration the time that it took. It takes automatically. It takes 3 to 4 months in ancient times selling without machines. It takes 3 to 4 months to sell without a machine. So now you have to also take in time, where they could have, and this is just a speculation on the travel within itself, because the brother had made a statement about the travels concerning these things as well. But them taking off time to hunt, gather food, gather resources during the time and the duration of travel. You understand? So if they got to the tip of Africa, they have to make preparations to take a 4-month sail. You understand? So they had to make preparations for that. So I would say that the reason it took so much time is because of the preparation that it took. If you're coming down from the Euphrates River, because I gave the brother credit because I had said that it came through the Nile, but it came through the Euphrates on the back end, as the scripture says. And so I took it around Saudi Arabia to the bottom of Africa down over. And that's why it took so long, because how much time it took to come around Saudi Arabia to Africa, make the preparations to make the voyage on over. And that's just speculation from me.
Okay, bro. Okay. The next question is from my Aquam Yasha Allah times 12. And this is for the Tubaya. Being that Jeremiah was asked about how did it take them a year and a half to get to the Americas, Kwam Yasha Allah asked, how did it take them a year and a half to walk to Africa? And that's from the Tubaya. Come on, man.
Sure. No, that's a great question. That's a great question. It is. But in the same light, you could ask, how did it take us 40 years to get from Misraim or Egypt to the land of Canaan, wandering in the wilderness? So, but let's go ahead and just deal with the specifics of traveling that far. As I stated, Ashereth is recorded by Ptolemy, right? Cartographer from the 1st century. Is recorded as in his writing in the geography of the world. He writes that Ashereth, the river and the land stake, is in current day Mauritania. This is on the far western side of West Africa. Now, I just explained that if you travel the Appalachian Trail, which is less than 2,000 miles, it would take you more than 2 months to do that. And this is for experienced hikers to do that. Now, you remove the experienced hikers and you replace that with people and young people and old people and cattle and the sick. And have, like the brother said, you have to prepare for Shabbats. You have to prepare for festivals. You have to do all of these things in the interim. Yes, it would take you a year and a half to go that far from the Euphrates all the way across Africa, over the entire continent. You're basically going from where I showed in the map, the Euphrates or where Assyria ended, all the way to the west coast of Africa. That is like 5,500 miles. That is like 3 times as long as what it takes. And you don't have millions of people you're taking, nor cattle or any of that stuff. The problem comes when we look at a deep sea voyage that isn't mentioned in the text. The problem comes in, where they get the boats from? Who built the ships? Don't nothing mention nothing about building no boats. Where they get the lumber to build the boats for millions of people? Right? And like you said, going down, they went down. What was their provisions for food? Did they all just fish for a year and a half? I mean, it just don't make sense. But walking wise, it makes perfect sense. That is not that outside the realm of reason. So what I would give final answer, I would ask the brother who asked the question, look up how long it takes to walk the Appalachian Trail. Now you factor in going 3 times that distance, and with millions of people and old and young and sick and all that stuff traveling through the country, because the text doesn't say anything about water. The text says through that country. I repeat, the text says through that country. 45. For through that country, there was a great way to go. It doesn't say through the ocean. It doesn't say through the sea. Through that country.
Okay. Y'all getting y'all answers out here. All right. Let me see. What's the next question? We only got a few more, and I'm gonna let you brothers go, man. I'm gonna let you brothers go. I know it's getting late out here. They want me to give my thoughts. No. Let me see. Nah, I ain't catching me up. Like I'm the moderator. Let me see. Moderators. Okay, this is from Mikael Ben Israel. It says in 2 Ezra 13:41, it says that the northern tribes will go to a land where no man dwelt. How can America be awesome if Ramses III was trading with these lands and its inhabitants in 1292 BC? That's for your mind.
He says Ramses was trading with them when?
Ramses III. He didn't quote a source. He just said, how can America be Osherith if Ramses III was trading with these lands, meaning the Americas and its inhabitants, in 1292 BCE? So right after the Israelite exodus out of Egypt, he's claiming that one of the pharaohs was trading with these lands over here. He didn't quote a source though. He didn't quote a source though.
Yeah, you would have to give me a source on that. I've never heard that, so that would be interesting to look at.
Yeah, no doubt. What are your thoughts on that, Tuvaya?
Well, what he's right. That is a.
My question is, have you heard of Ramses III?
Absolutely.
With the
Absolutely.
Have you heard?
Absolutely. Even before that, even before Ramses, you have Sesostris III, who Ramses III came from the New Kingdom. It was of I think like the 18th dynasty or so. That was the New Kingdom after the second intermediate period. Yashra'al left out of Kemet or Egypt during the second, the Middle Kingdom under Sesostris. It wasn't, that whole thing about Ramses has nothing to do. The verse, people go to that verse where they said they built the store cities of Pito and Ramses. Those cities were just the current name of the cities at the time that the letter was copied again. They weren't the name of the cities that were there originally. The cities that we were at, would you say?
Agreed.
Yeah. So people misconstrue and they make those movies talking about we were there under Ramses and whatnot. Mushan never knew Ramses. He was part of the New Kingdom.
Right.
They didn't deal with that at all. So, but he's right though. Ramses and all of them, they had cocaine in their system. It's been found in their mummies. I can pull up the study if y'all want, but you could just Google cocaine and Ramses. Cocaine is only in South America, meaning that Ramses was already in trading with the Americas. you had at that point, even prior to him, Sesostris III had documented that he had been to the Americas, the land beyond Atlantis. He had been there already.
Well, let me ask you this, since you heard that, what reference do you have, and what was the name of the people that they traded with?
Okay, the reference you have for the cocaine is not a reference for people that they traded with. All it is that they had cocaine in the system. Cocaine is only grown in one place in the earth.
Yeah, but
South America.
He could send some boy. He could send a voyage over there to get it.
You're right. But that's Ox's question. That's his point. If he's sending people over there to do that, or whatever, if he's trading with people who was doing that, the point is Ramses had his hand on some cocaine. He could only get it from one place. Okay, he could only get it from one spot. The one spot he could get it from is South America. That could not be the place.
What is that Ramses had his hands on some cocaine?
He had his hands on some coke. He did. Not just him. There were more Egyptian mummies who had found with cocaine in their system as well. So
I know that the Egyptians had enough power and wealth, and I know factual that they built ships. So if they build ships, it's not hard to. Then again, if they did that, listen, if they did that, then they sent explorers to other parts of Africa. That's what I'm saying. So if they sent explorers to get some cocaine or to trade with some people in the Americas, then that means they sent people to travel through the other part of Africa, bro.
But here's the thing. The Americas and all that stuff, all along the coastlines over there. You ever heard of the Perry Reese map before?
No.
The Perry Reese map is a old map that predates. It's like from the 15th century or so, but it's basically off of an old Phoenician map. It's an old Phoenician map showing that they had the whole coastline of South Africa and Antarctica without ice on it. Look it up, the Perry Reese map. Check it out. It is an amalgamation or a collection of maps put together from ancient maps. It's called the Perry Reese map. And my point is that they were over here trading and doing things in the Americas in the 12th or the 13th century in 1275. What
source did you give on that? I missed it. My apologies.
For the Perry Reese map or for
them trading with the Americans?
Real simple. The point that he made. He has cocaine in, well, he didn't say it, but this I think he's alluding to, because it's the only source that I know of for a definitive fact of Ramses trading. We have a source of Sesostris who predates Ramses saying that he was in America. We have that as a source. Sesostris, all right, just go look up Sesostris says he was in America. Because people try to refute that, historians all the time saying he was lying, but we have the artifacts here that's saying that they obviously were here. But after that,
what's the source?
As I say, I'll Google it for you right quick. But
you can just send it to me at a later time. I'm not going to put it
at a later time. Right. But the main point that Ak is making, the main point we're talking about here is Sennacherib and all them. They went into captivity in 724 CE. So this is the 8th century CE. They came up out of there like around the real late 6th century. Right? I mean, real late 7th century. You know what I'm saying? Like the 680s or so. They came out of there and went into West Africa. So the point being, if this Pharaoh Ramses has cocaine in his system, which is only in one place on the earth, meaning that he got it from somebody who was in South America.
But that's different. I just want you to take in consideration whenever you get the information together, when you get time, I need the source. I need the name of the people that they traded with, and also
no, I don't have the name of any people.
No,
there's no people.
That's okay. If you're able to come up with it. But what I'm saying to you is, I want you to think about this for a second. If they made it to America, then they made it to the western parts of Africa.
Right. Well, here's the thing. There's no need to go through past basically the rivers of Kush. To go to Americas, you had different animals, you had different agriculture, there were people there to trade with who were already there or whatever have you. So to do that, I understand exploration of that. What you got to ask is, what is the point of traveling through the jungle going further into West Africa? For what?
Exploration.
They didn't, but see,
it might have been some cocaine on West western parts of Africa.
There's no cocaine in West Africa. There's no cocaine in West Africa.
Coca lights. The Coca lights.
Okay, I have a source right here. I got a source right here. I got a source right here. It's a paper from S.A. Wells. It's basically showing that they found cocaine in many Egyptian mummies, including Ramses. It's from S.A. Wells, American Drugs and Egyptian Mummies. That's the source right there. It's a genetic study that they did. They found cocaine in their system. So they had the coke in their system. They had to get it from somewhere. Coke is only from one place, bruh. Only from one.
I don't know about that, man. I have to check
Where else
that
you getting cocaine from? If you're talking about poppy, that's a different thing. Where else you getting coke from, though? Give me where you getting coke from and give me a source on that. I just gave you a source that cocaine was in mummies.
Well, you didn't really give a source. You just gave that cocaine was in mummies. Who knows?
No, I did. I gave a source. I'll give it again. The
source
is.
I take that in consideration. I'm just saying we don't know how they came about. So all I'm saying
it's a genetic study. We do know it's a genetic study. It's a genetic study.
If they went that far, then best believe that they sent some explorers into Western Africa. That's my whole point.
And I respect that. That is a logical point. I'm not even going to pretend that it's not a logical point, okay? All I'm saying is that while that is a logical point, it is not necessarily true because there's no advantage to going beyond the Nile River or any of that stuff.
You don't know if it's advantages because they found.
I'll speak more specifically. I got what you're saying. I got what you're saying. So I'll speak more specifically. Whereas I don't know. Right. Whereas I don't know that there was no advantage for doing that. What I will say is there is no record of them doing that. We have a record of Sesostris going to the Americas. That is written documents. We have a record of cocaine being found in Ramses. So we have tangible evidence showing us that they went to the Americas, whether it be written or whether it be right. There's no tangible evidence. There's no record showing that they went into West Africa. That's just the truth.
I hear you. We can move on to the next question.
Okay.
No doubt, man. On the real, man, let me see. It looked like we done ran through all of them. Let me see first.
Okay.
Hey, it looked like y'all we done ran through all these questions. Again, there's a few naysayers on the board talking about both of y'all on both sides, but it don't matter. Again, we wanted to bring the brothers together so information can be brought out and then our people heard it, man. You feel me? And study, pray, and meditate and come to a righteous understanding. I want to salute both of them, though, man. I actually was brought back into understanding, but reminded of certain things from both sides. I ain't gonna certain forces that was going on both sides. I was like, oh yeah, that dude say that. So I want to salute you, brothers, man. And if I ever gotta reach back out to you, Tubayah, Ma'ak, Maya, I would love that.
Okay. Anytime. I'm down for any discussion you want to have. You want me to
Part two. Yeah.
Hallelujah.
Yeah, but they definitely, man, but both of you brothers definitely brought your scriptures. Y'all brought your resources. Even the audience had questions, and that was answered. So what more can they ask from us? Man?
Right. Absolutely. I appreciate your platform.
I just say, man, I was happy to be a part of it, man. You know what I'm saying? Watching, you know what I'm saying, and hearing and listening, and I learned some things. And of course, you know what I'm saying, this is not an ending of this discussion because this discussion is way more intense and deeper than what was expressed. And there's a lot of things that was not addressed and stuff like that. And that's the heat of the moment. You see what I'm saying? Like, you know what I mean? So, I mean, for everybody, for you two brothers, is a learning experience to, structure certain things a certain way when you go into this situation, because now, I know how I get it in. You know what I'm saying? I bang out in the street. I do what I do. You know what I'm saying? I'm really not no debater like this, but I debate.
Whatever.
But you know what I'm saying? But
he over here like, dang.
Now, come on, man. I ain't doing that, man. You know what I'm saying? But for real, man, like, you know what I'm saying?
Come on in the ring, Hot. Come on in. Come on in.
Y'all tell him get in the ring, man.
Get in the ring, Hot. Come on in. I tell you, bring anybody I want. Come on. Come on. Anytime, all day, baby. Anytime.
Come out, man. I'm passionate, brother. Like, I'm going hard. You know what I'm saying? You ain't gonna be able to try to shut me down, talking about I'm speaking like a certain way. I'm gonna speak, bro. You know what I'm saying? Oh, that ain't gonna go with me, bro. I'm gonna tell you that right now.
Hey, it's all good. It's all good.
It's all good because even with him when he get on there, and I want to show the nation, even the naysaying heathens, that even though we disagree, stop it up with the brothers, man. Realize this, man. And I took off this one of my stories in Kings, First Kings, when I first got into the scripture, was how everybody used to travel from all over the world to hear the wisdom of Solomon.
Right.
And then Solomon wasn't the only wise, he was the most wise, but it was some other guys out here ringing bells as well. You think they couldn't really, so showing you that even in our ancient vibration, in our ancient culture, we used to do this. Like people would travel to hear about your wisdom and see and hear your judgment on the matter. Like remember Solomon to cut the baby in half to get a real reaction out of who his real mama was.
Yeah.
Wisdom. So again, I salute you, brothers, man. I appreciate it.
Yeah. I appreciate all y'all. I do. I appreciate the time.
It was listen. Everybody can't do what you brothers did, right? You know what I'm saying? And hopefully that this evening, you know what I'm saying, will motivate other brothers that, you know, may be out there posting.
Like you.
Bringing out information. No.
Like you.
Listen. I don't be posting nothing like that, bro.
I know. I'm just messing with you.
He the one. He the one. Listen, he the one. I don't be on those. You can't see on my Facebook and doing none of that stuff like that, bro. I bang them hours of hours. I bang them a white man from the east, bro. You know, that's what I do. You know what I'm saying? So I have no problem, like, you know what I'm saying, going into the zone because, like, you know, like tonight, man, I'm just ready. I was like, man, I'm gonna step it down, bro. But I appreciate you brothers motivating me, you know what I'm saying, in the whole nine, because we gonna bring information out, man. You know what I'm saying, on this platform, just to chop it up. If I get cut, sliced, and diced, then I get cut, sliced, and diced. That's just what it is.
I've been wrong before. I'll be wrong again.
This be able to bring me to, you know, hey,
that's it. That's it.
Some hard drink.
That's it. I told you, I came into the truth knowing everything I thought was wrong. So I'm not worried about being right or wrong. I'm looking to be righteous. That's it. I want to come to reasoning with my people and make sure that I'm not just looking at something and, like you said, looking at it through my own bias, but that it makes sense over the preponderance of evidence. I'm not just trying to take a verse here. I'm not accusing anybody of it. I'm just saying that's not what I'm trying to get beyond that, because we all westernized. We all in religion. We all trying to.
What I got out of this from both of you brothers sincere, man. You know what I'm saying? And y'all, like again, both of y'all done gained even more respect. I mean, I actually know Jeremiah, you understand? Me and the brother Tubaya, he texted me the other night, and I'm like, bro, that's what's up. Let's get. And I actually talked to the brother today. So I ain't got nothing but mad respect for you brothers. Number mad respect, and hopefully we can just continue to chop it up, man. You know what I'm saying? You may have information I need. I may have information you got, bro. I got a library of books, man. I got so much stuff.
One body.
All praise and glory, man.
All praise and glory and honor. So look, man.
Good job.
Yeah, good job on both parts, man. So worldwide family, y'all take down the information. Y'all write down the book.
Hit me up anytime.
You say what, bro?
Hit me up anytime. Any of y'all. I'm with it. I'm always available.
No doubt.
I'm calling you because I got some more head busters to bring to the table.
Bring it on! Bring it! Bring it! Bring it! Bring him.
All right, so
Bring him.
about this. Whenever you brothers want to do a part two, y'all see me. It's all good.
Hey, look, I'm available. I'm available anytime for any of your things. If you need to fill a slot, if you want to have whatever, I'm available. Just hit me up. This is what I do.
All right,
Just hit me up.
That's what's up.
Straight up.
Oh, yeah.
All right, so look, any of y'all got some last words before I close out? Any last words?
Nothing more than I appreciate everything, everybody watching. I appreciate all y'all brothers for having a platform. Yahoo, I appreciate you for taking your time to have the discourse. I appreciate, and I apologize if I got, a little antsy or whatever. That's just the natural discourse between men. It's okay. Like you said, it's not a big deal. So, but it's all love. I love y'all. Y'all my people. And I appreciate y'all. That's all I got to say.
Likewise, Jeremiah, last words, bro.
All praise and glory to the Abanawi Yahweh Shema Mashiach Yahushua, man. And above all, man, the scripture said, bring forth your strong reasoning. All right, righteously contend for the faith. Most importantly, righteously contend. So, all praise and glory. This is for the elevation and restoration of the nation of Israel, man. So I'm thankful to you, man. All praise and glory.
All praise. Hey, look, my last words is gather yourselves together, O nation not desire. Before. You understand? So look, that's what we're doing. This was an example of brothers being able to come together in dialogue and discourse. You get up off this deal, respect each other, and swords to be swinging once again. And if y'all want to get a brief understanding of what we're talking about, watch them old Chinese flicks. How brothers in different schools had to go battle other brothers in different schools and all that. Go watch It Man and all that.
Yep. Go watch It Man. Yeah. I'm a big fan.
Yeah. Then you had the master teacher, then you had the disciples, the students.
Yep.
So look, I got mad love for y'all, man. I love Israel. I'm a banger for Israel, period. I love Israel.
Always.
On there. You know what I'm saying? And may the Most High bless us all. All praise to Abanawa Yahweh in the name of the Yahweh.
All praises.
The Messiah.
Shalom.
Yahweh. Last verse, bro.
All praise to God to the Most High. Yahweh, man. 2 soldiers, man, went in the ring. You know what I'm saying? The spiritual ring, and brought out information to edify Yahweh. Everybody now have an opportunity to look or review this video and check out the resources that was mentioned. Check out the scriptures that was mentioned. You see what I'm saying? At the end of the day, you have to make your own conclusion. You see what I'm saying? Read 2 Timothy, the 3rd chapter, 13 verse on down. You see what I'm saying? You have to make sure your call and election is sure, regardless of the fact of who is in front of you. You see what I'm saying? So all praise and glory to the brothers, man. They stood up, man. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to my aunt, man, Toby Yah. Shout out to the aunt Jeremiah, man. They stood up. It's our first war ready Wednesday debate or conversation, whatever you want to call it, man. It ended with a bang, man. You know what I'm saying?
It did.
You know what I mean? It started and ended with a bang, man. All praise the Lord. So the Most High time is the Most High time. It happened right now. All praise the Lord to everybody that participated. It's like 1 o'clock here. I gotta be to work at 7:45. And I gotta take a brother home, so I ain't gonna get to like,
man, look, we sleeping, we in the grave, man. We ain't worried about we worried about sleep for.
Hey, I'm on Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
All right, y'all. So until the next time, y'all willing, we be coming forth for the Thursday night class tomorrow. So until the next time, Shalom.
Yahoo.
Yahoo.
Yahoo.